Eugene Shen. I'm just going to lay out everything I know. I tweeted about this yesterday, but in case folks have missed it. So it was about Halloween-ish when the Commanders announced they were hiring Eugene Shen.
Uh-huh.
Eugene Shen has a outstanding resume in the world of NFL analytics, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of people took that to mean, Eugene Shen was kind of taking over or whatever the case was. And
I think everybody thought that at first.
Yeah, but as we saw the season roll on, it was pretty clear that Shen's role, he was involved. I think it's entirely possible he had a big role in pushing for moves at the trade deadline. Because if you think about, Shen was named vice president of football strategy on October 26th. I believe those trades came down October 29th. If my math's right. But the season continues. They clear house. They're able to hire Adam Peters. Over the last month, they've hired this young guy, Brandon Saz, who we talked about at length. That's the guy they got from USC. That he was kind of the visionary behind getting USC into the Big Ten. He was the guy that was able to get Lincoln Riley to leave Oklahoma and go to SC.
Mm-hmm.
He's viewed as a serious future power broker in the world on the business side of sports.
Yep.
And I think we've just got to look at what they've now built, and what Harris is all about is empowering the people he hired. And I think when you hire Peters and you hire a guy like Sazna, they're then going to want their people in place. And the fact that Shen more than likely is going to get a job with HBSE, which is Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment, which is Josh Harris's other holdings. Like, I don't think there's any hurt feelings or bad blood here. I think it was just kind of the evolution of a position. When they hired Shen, let's be real, there was no analytics going on in Ashburn.
But it was no analytics, but I think we in the sports world, we all jump to conclusions as soon as we see something every time, because we never want to be patient and wait. What if Harris hired him as a placeholder, knowing he was going to move up until he got the other people in place? Because if I hire Adam Peters and let him hire all his people, I'm not going to want somebody else competing with him with the analytics aspect of it, because Adam has been around analytics himself. So he's going to want somebody that's closer with the mindset he is. And that guy Chen could have just been a placeholder, and them saying we are now moving into the 21st century instead of being stuck in the Stone Ages like they were.
I think Harris got there, looked around, was like, wow, I'm getting somebody in that he has a prior relationship with.
Yeah.
And I think there's a very very, very strong chance that Shen helped them get from point A to point B.
Yeah.
Right. And then once they got to where they believe they are now building the team out they want, Shen is accomplished enough that he probably wants to be the authority or whatever it is. And Brian, I don't know this, but like, if we went through, because they posted a number of openings, right? They're hiring a bunch of analytical folks over there.
Yeah.
If you got a young GM and a young, I can't remember what his title is, senior vice president of football operations, the guy Sazna, and you've got a young quarterback, and they're all in this thing for the long haul. They want to build a team that competes for a decade, for 15, 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you probably want to hire a bunch of young guys or young people to go and attack and build everything together?
I want to hire whoever is capable of getting me the best analytics and information that I need. I don't care if the guy is 21 or 31, because if he's coming in, I need to make sure his qualifications are there. Because I don't want to just hire a lot of young people, because a lot of the young people don't really understand exactly what's happening at the point. So I may want somebody that's not excessively old, but a little seasoned. Somebody who can still at least teach the other people a little bit. I think the people in the top are the ones you need to be concerned about to be able to give the game plan, like Peters and Sosna. Okay, those guys, I don't care if you come in here at 31 or 21, they can give you what the game plan is. And I think that's the most important thing. But this is what you do when you buy something, and then most people just buy and just get rid of people, bringing all new people in. You have to learn the new business you're in. And yes, he was involved with owning other franchises from other sports, but the NFL is totally different than the rest of them. So they came in, he hired somebody that he had a relationship with from another football team that basically got them to a point where they needed to be while bringing in other folks to take over this thing, knowing he could be your overseer. You know what I mean? So, like, to me, I think this is basically the stages you go through in business the right way. Unlike what Dan did, roll in, fired everybody that knew everything about it, and hired all these young people, and guess what they've been doing? When the whole time he was here, things was worse than it ever was because nobody knew what the hell was going on.
I just texted you something, B, that'll but right. I think there's a number of things. I think we have this inherent reaction as people that have watched the Ship of Fools in Ashburn for so long to immediately be like, oh, what is this about? Like, I really don't think this thing's a big deal. And even like people that I'm in media with that like we would consider friends, Brian, were texting me last night like, oh, well, why didn't they say this was the plan all along? Maybe they didn't know.
But they don't have to tell us what the plan, like the whole thing of it is this, Jay, to be honest with you. I don't think this, in my heart of hearts, this is not very important to the fans, to be honest with you. We make it important to them. They care about what the hell is happening on that football field. Because you know how many people hire and fire people in the front office and do things and they never hear about it?
Right.
But we talk about it because, first of all, we never had analytics. We had a BS front office. And now someone's coming in, so we bring attention to it. To be really honest with you, you give me 100 fans, they give a damn about who's running the front office, who's coaching the team, who's playing. That's what most fans care about. But we, in this town, as media people, we have talked about all that stuff because it was always lacking in those areas. You know what I mean? So, to me, at this point, we got a guy who owns this team who understands how to run a business. And they're trying to get it right.
And more importantly, dude, so Harris, Tab, Shen, I think largely because they needed somebody to at least figure out where they were, right? Like Harris takes over the team late July. They're playing football already. By the time we get to the trade deadline, they were what, 2-8, 2-7? And Harris has got to be like, all right, I need another metric to figure out what is going on here and who is worth damn. And so he gets somebody he knows that can help him. Get to the end of the season, he's like, all right, I'm rebooting everything. I'm putting my trust in this guy, Adam Peters. The right thing to do, what we all should be celebrating, is that Peters is in charge. And if Peters' decision is, hey, I'd like to figure out a different way, then good. Have ownership support him. You know what I mean? Like, this is, if what I've said all along is you want a GM to come in and be in charge. And now they've got it.
Yeah.
And that's what we should want, dude. And like, we all think Peters is the guy, right? What they built in San Francisco, his reputation coming from Denver, his reputation with Elway, Peyton, John Lynch. I mean, these are Hall of Fame type dudes, or actual Hall of Famers, rather. Let him run his show. This is his operation. And see, I just like I don't think there should be consternation.
We go back 15 years ago. Okay. The New England Patriots had a staff of people, a staff of analytics people. And when we'll watch New England play, and you'll see they'll have 50 passes one game, and next game they have 50 rushes. And you wonder why they do stuff like that, because they had those people giving it to them. Maybe they want to do something like that. But in the big scheme of things, I don't think this move is vitally important, to be honest with you, because we won't know. We don't know what the hell all the analytics stuff they're doing anyway. And a lot of times I turn on radios, I hear people talking analytics, and they say a lot of words that they hear, the keywords that they don't know what the hell they're talking about. So ultimately, what we're looking at is.
Do you remember when Ron gave the press conference Carson, and he said we looked at the analytics.
Yeah,
the analytics
he didn't know what the hell he was talking about. Because if he looked at him, really, he wouldn't have never brought him in. But see, that's what you do today to make yourself seem smarter, try to make yourself seem smarter than the others. You start throwing out the little keywords that you hear. And I think ultimately none of that stuff is important to really the psyche of a fan. Because the players, as much as analytics are involved, when a player steps on the field, he ain't thinking about no damn analytics. He's thinking about his ability and what he saw in that film. And he knows based off of certain little key things and things you're giving me, I know what you're about to do.
Yeah, I think let's ask the boys in the aquarium. Jeff, do you have much of an opinion on Eugene Shen leaving the organization?
No, not really.
Okay. Landini?
I do not.
Okay. I think maybe that's how most people reacted. Frankly, to me, that's how most people should react. They had a series of other announcements that came out yesterday, including and I don't think we should jump to too many conclusions on this, but weirdly, maybe not even weirdly, I think we probably know why. When Ron was there, Doug Williams got moved from the personnel side to the business side. If you remember, Doug became like Jason, like an advisor to Jason Wright. Doug is now, through a series of announcements made yesterday, Doug Williams, of course, Super Bowl MVP, is back on the personnel side of things as a senior advisor to the general manager. That's certainly the headline here. I think that's probably where he belongs. B, I don't know if you feel one way or another.
I've heard that stuff, and those things, those moves were made immediately. Okay, right. When real football people stepped in that building, they made real football decisions, and that happened immediately. Now they finally come out and they say what's going on. Some of this stuff has been in place already.
Sure, and they just made all the announcements.
Yeah, they made the announcements, but like my ultimate thing is, Ron didn't want anybody with any ties or any experience to be involved because he wanted to run every damn thing. Point blank. Other people look at people with the same level of experience and expertise and say, you know what, I want them as close to me as possible. I think that's how you run stuff. It was for a long time when we had the other ownership, it basically seemed like there was a separation between who built this damn team, who built the personality and the prestige of this team. It was a direct conflict between them and those that were in place at the moment. But all of a sudden, these new guys come in and they say, you know what, hell, I'm not giving them a stiff arm. I'm going to welcome that in because, I think when I've been on other teams, I've been around other people on other football teams I've never been involved with. There's a connection between the past and the present and the future. This team shut that off. They wouldn't let Darryl Green come around when Dan was in place. You see what I'm saying? They all that stuff shows you they wanted to try and present this thing as it was them. And that's why it fell the hell apart. Because they didn't understand what the whole history of this was. People run around talking about, I was a fan. No, he wasn't no damn fan. Your dad was a fan. He wasn't a fan ever. He bought the team and he got some money. Wasn't no fan of this team.
I think there were so many bad decisions that were made along the way. And then you're right. Like Ron really tried to close the ranks, recreate everything he had in Charlotte. And then I think Ron also cared far too much about media stuff and perception. Yeah. And why you think you need to box out a guy like Doug Williams. Because people that don't know Doug, and it's one of the true joys of my life that I've gotten to know Doug Williams a little bit over the years here. Like I think we're friends. We're at least friendly. Like we text each other here and there and, check on, like we all have daughters and we all follow each other on Instagram. You know what I mean? Like the thought process that you have to remove a fellow like Doug Williams from your football operation is just so mind-boggling to me. I'm not suggesting that he needs to be the boss, that he needs to have the full authority to make trades or something, but a guy with that level of experience and expertise and a lifetime in the game and like a humbleness and a gentle side to him. Like, I think a lot of football, like, I mean, dude, I can hand you a sheet of paper with measurements and 40 times and statistics, but like a lot of it is a people business. And I think Doug can help you on that side. And,
Yep.
and I would never understand
Totally.
why you'd want to get away from that. So I'm happy to see that. I want to run through some of these. Chris White promoted to director of pro scouting, and to B's earlier point, a lot of this has been done. They were just waiting for the right time to announce it all. Some new scouts, some new scouting assistants. Two people I want to bring up specifically. Sean DeBarbery gets promoted to vice president of football communications. That's a person that like we deal with all the time, and want to congratulate him. And then Rob Rogers. This
But
I
what
find,
part you just said?
Sean.
Okay, yeah. I like Sean.
Yeah, he does a good job, dude. Think about since Tony left, Sean was like 25 and had to deal with Trent, Dan, like all the. I mean, think about the craziness that dude has had to deal with from a media perspective. But this, I think, deserves to be. Well, I want to say commended. Because let's be real on this, B. Rob Rogers came from Charlotte with Ron Rivera. Okay. Rob Rogers was among the first hires Ron made in Washington.
Uh-huh.
By all accounts, Rob Rogers does a really good job with the contracts. And if you go and watch some of the stuff the Commanders put out from the draft, like the Commanders in-house media had like a really cool like documentary from the draft where you get to see Peters and Harris and Newmark and Quinn and Joe Witt and all these guys behind the scenes talking as they're making their draft picks. And as they get into like trade mode, they keep talking to Rob about like making the numbers work. And he's able to crunch those numbers fast. I believe Rob Rogers went to Harvard. He's clearly a very smart guy. Now, Rob Rogers' title gets changed around a little bit. He's now the vice president of football administration. But Brian, what we saw when Ron got here, and he may not have been wrong to do this, but he threw the baby out with the bathwater. Everybody got fired, right?
Mm-hmm.
And with that, maybe there were some people that still had some value that were thrown out. You know what I mean? I see at least an honest approach to giving people a chance that Rob Rogers is being retained on this staff. I think we saw it with Martin Mayhew also.
Or just Rob and Martin both understand and are very good at their jobs.
Yeah, that's what I'm
and
saying.
They were not given a chance before, and I think people can see that.
That's what I'm saying. And I applaud that people are looking big picture and not, what do we always say? It's the league of self-preservation, right? Step one of self-preservation is get rid of anybody you don't know. This seems like they're looking broader than that. And that I applaud. We do need to talk NBA draft, man. First round is tonight. Wiz are on the clock with number 2. Maybe we'll all make a pick. We're going to talk some NBA. The B wants Frenchman. Nobody go anywhere.
Bonjour, comment allez-vous?
Tract. We haven't had Tina play for a minute. And I know I'm supposed to get through this faster, but damn, I love Tina Turner. It is B. Mitch and Finley. It is NBA draft day. Now, the NFL draft has taken over everything. What's love got to do? The NFL draft is the king of everything now. That's just how it is.
Yep.
But when I was a kid, dude, and the NFL draft was like in a random hotel ballroom, and it was just Saturday morning, and you kind of like, I was enough of a nerd that I would stand around and watch ESPN, and my parents thought I was a weirdo. But like, the NFL draft didn't become this dominant market-making force until like the last 15, 20 years, B, would you say?
It's been a little over 20 years, though.
But, dude, the NBA draft for a long time was the marquee draft event. And honestly, I think that coincided with when college basketball was really dominant, because, like, I remember when Chris Webber went pro, he had been to the NCAA championship game 2 years in a row. Like, you're fascinated by Webber. You know everything about him. You know what I mean? Like, stuff like that. When Shaq played at LSU, you're like, oh, my God, this guy's a monster.
Mm-hmm.
The NBA draft now is kind of dominated by Europeans. At least this year it looks like it.
It is, but I don't think they necessarily market it like the NFL does.
Well, the NFL has just become so dominant, and then in turn, college football dominates. Like, if you're looking at where the eyeballs are and what people care about, college football is that much bigger. So, and then the quarterback position has become so outsizedly important, and then that usually dominates early in the drafts. But whatever, we got the NBA draft tonight. The Wizards have the second overall pick.
Yeah.
And then they also have the 26th pick. It's exciting. One thing the NBA does really well is, like, not the regular season. We all know that. But all the other stuff, like NBA draft season, off season, like, they're really good at all the non-essential parts of this.
Mm-hmm.
And so the amount of trades that are going to happen, I'm reading now from, I just pulled up Woj's Twitter feed, and that's my plan for today, is to get through this. So Brooklyn and Houston just made a really big trade. The Knicks have made a big trade. All right, so the Nets are trading Mikal Bridges to New York for Bojan Bogdanovic and 4 unprotected first-round picks.
Mm-hmm.
I think, is Bridges another Villanova guy? Like, how many Villanova guys do the Knicks now have? That's a big piece for the Knicks. But the bigger piece that appears to be on the move, this is so damn complicated. I'm just going to read this to you, B. You tell me what I'm reading. This is from Woj. Brooklyn has a deal with Houston to return the Nets 2026 first rounder for a 2027 Phoenix first rounder. And the Rockets also get a 2025 extra first rounder. In short, it seems like, here we go. The implications of the Rockets landing the Suns picks, Houston wants to trade for Kevin Durant. And that becomes far easier if they can return the Suns picks from the deal where Phoenix got them.
Kevin Durant probably happy as hell.
Sounds like Kevin Durant is going to Houston.
Mm-hmm.
It's remarkable how much Durant has moved around in his career. And that's kind of the NBA.
That's how the NBA is, though, man. You know, the new NBA is that way. Guys in the old days, they stayed wherever they were. Today, it doesn't make a difference if he's the star of the team or not. He could be moving at any time.
But CB, I think that's a little bit more of like the Durant, LeBron generation. Because think about these younger dudes. Think about Giannis. Think about Joker.
They all
Tatum and
right
Brown.
now, but
Luka.
They're there now. Give us another 5-6 years. We'll see.
I agree, but I think by that stage in his career, Durant had already moved on from OKC. You know what I mean? I think the Supermax has really changed that these rookies can get these Supermaxes. And basically a team gets like 8 years of control. All right, so I'm looking at the latest from Tankathon. They've got the Wizards getting the kid Sar at number 2, the 7'1", 220-pounder. I'm not going to argue with a 7'1", 19-year-old. I'm just not going to argue with that.
Right after watching my man Wembanyama.
Reed Shepard, I think he's Jeff. Help me out here. He's the white kid from Kentucky, right? There was Shepard and then Dillingham. Little shooter.
He's not on the. Jeff don't have his headset on.
I mean, I can just look him up. Reed Shepard is flying up draft boards. I heard a dude on Dunks last week. I want to say it was Gary Parrish, something like that. Was talking about Shepard as his favorite prospect. He's not that big, B. He's only 6'3", 180, but apparently he has a 42-inch vertical. And they kind of view him as a lights-out shooter for the future. So Tankathon goes Risache 1, Sar 2 to the Wiz, Shepard 3. Right now, that's the Rockets pick, but I think that will become – that sounds like it's in flux because it could be Kevin Durant, wherever that ends up. Then the point guard Topic, who's coming from Serbia, I believe. But I think he just had knee surgery, which would at least give me a little bit of pause.
But see, the difference, that's the difference, though, Jay. NBA and NFL, they don't care about that guy sometimes having a knee. If he has knee surgery, they'll still draft him. In NFL, they get away from it. But NBA doesn't.
Dude, the NBA, you're drafting guys to play 3 years from now.
That's what I'm saying. So,
it's crazy.
See, and they look at the longevity of a career. So if this guy can get healthy and get back 100% healthy, and he has that level of, that level of talent, they're going to take him.
Here's where I get interested. So Alexander Sarr is 7'1", 220. And he's 19 years old, right? I sign me up. Like, remember me when they called up Mitchell Parker, and I'm like, okay, it's a 6'5" lefty. Sign me up. Let's see what the guy's got. Donovan Clingan.
I like.
Granted, I haven't seen Sarr play, but I saw plenty of Clingan. He's 7'3", 280, and he's only 20 years old.
And he can play too,
dude.
See, the thing. This is the thing.
I think. Give me Clingan.
This is the one amazing difference between other teams and the Wizards. They can't miss on this. They're in a position now where they've missed so much that people that are still want to cheer for them, but out there on the outskirts, they can't miss on this. They got to get it right.
Yeah. And I guess you got to.
And if they go international player, they better damn sure get it right because they've been bad on those.
Yeah, I remember, I think it was DA, and David Aldridge is going to join us here before too long. I think he's joining us at noon, right? I think it was DA that was like, why wouldn't you take Clingan? He's 7'3". You need a rim protector. He does all those things. I think it's going to be fascinating. I guess you're betting on the upside of Sarr, and I get that. Listen, I'm not against the Sarr pick. He's 7'1", 225, and 19. Like, I'm in on that. I just don't get how Clingan falls. If I can have one thing happen tonight, there's been talk of this, and I'm just talking straight up rumors, scuttlebutt from the internet, and perhaps that's a dumb thing to traffic in, but for today we will, because the NBA draft is just a wild show. I want the Wiz to trade Kuzma for that 13th pick from the Kings. Just get all the picks.
Hell yeah. I mean, when you're rebuilding, that's what you need to do. You know what I'm saying? They have to do something like that.
Right now, according to Tankathon, and there's a million mock drafts, you can pick whichever one you like. At 13, they have the Kings selecting, I have no idea how to say this fella's name, Tijani Salan, who is international. He's 6'10", 220, and he's just about to turn 19. This is kind of interesting. They have Zach Edey, the monster, going to the Lakers at 17. I thought he was like a later round pick. And then at 26,
I think his last few years, he got way better.
Totally. And dude, I think I think the same thing with Klingon. The way these dudes have proven a work ethic, and I think if you look at Klingon's improvement at UConn and certainly Edie's over a longer time period, if eventually they're going to be asked in the league to develop a three-point shot, I think they'll do it. And I think they'll become that much better.
There's going to be a team who can take those guys and utilize their talent without making them have to pull away from the rim.
Sure. But I think if they can add that to their game, it'll help tremendously. Don't forget, the Wiz also have the 26th pick on this Tankathon mock draft I'm looking at. Has them taking Terrence Shannon Jr.
But if they make that trade, will they have that 26th pick still?
I think they would, unless they're then trying to package it up to go somewhere else or something.
If they make a trade for Kuzma, will they still keep that 26? I wouldn't get rid of the second. No.
I think you trade Kuz and they give up the pick. I think Kuz for 13 is pretty damn fair. I also think Landfill's going to flip out if we don't take a break. Let's talk. There's some stadium news in the NFL. Nobody go anywhere. Mitch and Finley 1067 The Fan. B, you know what's going on around the country?
What is?
Construction.
Hey. Saw a lot of it, man.
Specifically, stadium construction.
Yeah, the Jags thing, though, I've been expecting that one.
Yeah, there's a number of things here. Like, we know Buffalo and Nashville, the Titans and the Bills, I mean, there's dirt in the ground. Like, there's shovels. There's
shovels in the ground, Jay. That dirt in the ground.
Well, I mean, technically there is dirt in the ground.
But
what are those big joints with the claw in the front? Like it moves earth moving device.
They got the earth movers. That's what you call
earth movers.
Yeah,
they got those.
Mm-hmm.
So new stadiums are being built in Buffalo.
Bulldozers, cranes.
Bulldozers. Thank you. In Nashville. News this week: Charlotte, the city of Charlotte, North Carolina, has approved $800 million stadium renovation for the Panthers.
$800 million renovation?
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, if you've ever been down there, the stadium is in a perfect location.
Yeah.
And I know that the owner seems like kind of a jerk, frankly, and he had this big public flirtation with moving the practice facility to South Carolina. All that has gone away. They're staying in Charlotte. I think $800 million also covers renovated practice facility.
Okay.
That stadium's a perfect location, and I think they're doing the right thing to just renovate it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Jacksonville thing is a little more interesting, I'd say. Jacksonville Stadium sucks. Downtown Jacksonville sucks, but I think they've really built it up, and I think the Khan family has been a part of that. But listen to this.
They don't have a lot of I mean, when the Super Bowl was there. That wasn't
good. Dude. Jacksonville, like, there are cool spots out on the beach, but Jacksonville's oddly like inland a little bit, and the downtown. I mean, I'd rather be in Philadelphia, honestly. B, I don't say that often.
Man, you're gonna stop hating on Philly.
The city of Jacksonville approved a $1.4 billion stadium of the future Tuesday that should keep the Jags in one of the NFL's smallest markets for at least another 30 years and end decades of speculation about the franchise being a potential relocation candidate. All right, dude. So $1.4 billion.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to try to rebuild everything there, and then they're going to play some more games in London. It seems a little interesting, but it's going to be a 63,000 open air stadium with a translucent covering, kind of like how SoFi has.
I like that.
And they can expand it up to 71,000 for when Florida plays Georgia, or if they get college football playoffs, all that sort of stuff. Obviously, they're going to try to get some Super Bowls. They just can't say that up front.
Yeah. Well, normally you get a new stadium, you get in the Super Bowl.
Right. So Charlotte's getting a new stadium. Jacksonville's getting a new stadium. Does that make any impact on Washington?
No. I think Washington, you're dealing with politicians, so you don't know what the hell may happen.
Washington, dealing with politicians presents a wild card on its own.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that Washington has to deal with federal politicians, then local politicians, then
I think if the federal people do what they're going to do, the local politicians are going to get ran right out the damn way.
I am tempted to agree with you, but I don't know that the federal people are going to do what they're supposed to do anyway.
Yeah, but that's like ultimate thing. That's the biggest hurdle to cross, the federal. And if you get past them, then I don't think you have a battle anymore.
Well, we'll see. I tend to agree with you. If you had to rate where you think this thing is headed, DC, Maryland, or Virginia right now, where would you guess?
Well, it's in Maryland, so I'm going to go Maryland first. Then I'll go Virginia. Then I'll go DC, then Virginia.
Yeah, like if I was doing chips, I'd say 60 Maryland, 39 DC, 1 Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound about right? Like
I probably wouldn't even give any Virginia.
Yeah,
I live out there. I'm gonna tell you, people they have their mindsets, and it will have to be very, very lucrative for them to want to sit there and just really want that to come there.
I just don't I don't get how Youngkin could stand at a podium and say we're getting the stadium again. Like, just after everything that just happened, I don't know, Landfill. What's your breakdown of Commanders' new stadium?
I think it's probably going to be right at the current site, like in the parking lot there or something.
And the only person that wants it there, Jeffrey, do you agree?
Yes.
What a world. What a world. Neil Greenberg, Washington Post, joins us next. right. When you hear Ozzy singing Iron Man, it means it's time to talk to the toughest man in all of Washington, D.C. and the surrounding areas. That would be, of course, Neil Greenberg, stats nerd for the Washington Post. What up, Greenberg? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing super. How are you guys doing?
We're good, brother.
I want to let the world know Greenberg gave me a winner yesterday. Texted me first thing in the morning to bet on the Minnesota Lynx getting 5. So I did, and the Minnesota Lynx won by 5. Shout out to Greenberg.
Woohoo!
But, dude, actually, you're the perfect dude to come on today. I want to talk about some stuff that happened in Ashburn yesterday. Eugene Shen is out. Clearly, the Commanders they have open job postings for analytics positions. Brian and I really don't make much of this. I'm curious, though, from your point of view, that probably knows some of the people in these worlds. What do you see here?
I see an organization that is figuring out what the best way is to build like an internal structure. They brought in a guy that's obviously very smart on the analytics side, and from what I understand, they asked him where their strengths and weaknesses were and what they should do going forward. And they have a plan in place. And you see that, like you said, there's job openings. They'll move some people around, and Gene's going to be doing some other things within the same organization. So I don't know what people are expecting. I mean, this has been Harris's MO since he got here, right? Bring in a bunch of people from different parts of just different parts with different experiences, and get their input. And when you're dealing with analytics, especially, like I'll point to the new GM for the Carolina Hurricanes, Eric Tulsky, who I've known for about a decade or so. I mean, he's got a PhD from Harvard in chemistry and physics, and was blogging in his basement, and is now the GM of the Carolina Hurricanes because he can be the smartest person in the room, and he knows how to deal with people and everything else. So, this is what good organizations do. They find people that can make their organizations better, and I believe that's what happened here. And I don't know why people are getting upset.
But for me, after hearing you say what you just said, this could have been the plan all the while. Let's get this guy in.
Yeah,
find out where we weak at, and then get somebody in the place. And then, but still, we could utilize his expertise in other aspects of our business.
Yeah, it's not like he's been dismissed with prejudice. Yeah. Right. I mean, he did his job for all we know, and I'm from what I understand, that was his job. And it's the people. The people, this is going to sound bad, and the people are largely irrelevant if you have the structure in place to make everything work, right? Yeah. Like you can teach people, you can gain new skills. If you have a structure in place that works, a lot of it is plug and play. And they have the open recs out there that you were talking about for data analysts and what have you. I'm sure they'll get the right people in there, or at least do everything they can to get the right people in there. And then the structure is going to work, a workflow of getting data to the people that need it, and then making sure the right people can translate that data into actionable items. And that's how it's going to work. I mean, you need the structure first, and then you get the people that can help you execute your vision.
Yeah. Well, and to that point, Greenberg, I think you nailed something there, that the people are largely irrelevant if the structure works. And I think by bringing in Adam Peters, you identified what you want your structure to be, and that's to let him lead the organization. So if he gets to this period of time and decides, all right, this is how we're going to structure our analytics department, you have to let him, because you've chosen him to lead the organization. And I think going one step forward from that, and this was my argument throughout. Listen, I didn't necessarily advocate for Dan Quinn, but I wasn't somebody that insisted you had to hire a young offensive mind, because I understand the theory behind it. If you don't get this young offensive guy and the quarterback takes off, then you're going to lose the coordinator, right? I get that. But you know what
I'll take
happens?
that risk.
What happens with great quarterbacks and great players is the coaches get plucked off anyway. Jalen Hurts has had 5 coordinators in the last 5 years. He seems to be doing all right. How many of Peyton Manning's quarterback coaches and offensive coordinators got plucked away while Tony Dungy was the head coach and they won a Super Bowl? Like, if you have the structure, and I would argue you need the organizational structure and the quarterback, but if you can put those two things together, you can power through whatever other changes come.
Right. You always want to, whenever you're in a leadership role, you always want to have an up and out mentality, meaning you want the people below you to develop to the point where they can either replace you or they move on to other organizations in an increased capacity, right? Like that's the true definition of a leadership organization, to be a steward of someone's career. You know, and you see that in sales managers, you see that at executive levels. Like, you want to we talk about the coaching trees all the time, right? Like, This coach developed all these coordinators who became head coaches or went on to bigger and better things. Like, that's the hallmark of a good organization. And if you're doing your job right, absolutely you're going to be making people better and they're going to be desirable to other organizations. So you absolutely have to have that mindset. And you know, what's happening in Ashburn, I think, is kind of the beginnings of that, right? I mean, like, you want to develop a place that, one, people want to come, they can feel secure that you're not going to ruin their career, and they can grow in their position and eventually outgrow their position to where they can go on to bigger and better things. Like, that's the most healthiest organization in the world, right? It doesn't matter what your industry is. Like, that's exactly what you want to do. And that breeds loyalty, it breeds trust. I mean, there's so many other good things that come from that. You know, and I kind of see like the beginnings of that here.
I think once you lose people with the mindset of self-preservation, all of a sudden exactly what you stated starts to happen. And I think for a long time, everybody was trying to take care of self.
That's right.
Nobody cared about promoting trying to push the business to certain heights, because you're right, Greenberg. If a business is prosperous, everybody is probably a possibility of getting picked.
Yeah, and then you also have your choices, right? Like, if you're doing so well, then you get to pick your spot. Like, you can start dictating terms, much like we saw Brian Johnson do, you know, with Detroit. Like, you know, there were figures being thrown around of what he wanted, and I don't blame him. And if he didn't get the price and he's happy where he is and he has the autonomy to do his job and he does it well, I mean, you know, there are some things, everything has value. And to him, that has value, and he can put a monetary value on that. It might be different than yours. It might be different than mine. But, you know, there's value to all these things, like, you know, just in any other vocation, right? Being able to work from home or, you know, getting raises or whatever. You know, there's a whole calculus that goes into everything.
Totally. I think that's well said. Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here from the Washington Post. You can follow him at ngreenberg and all of his information. I'm curious, dude, in all of your statistical deep dives, have you looked at the NBA draft at all? Is there anything you like, you're surprised by? Because one thing that stands out to me, and I've been watching these Sarr highlights, it sure seems like the Wizards are going to land this kid, Alexander Sarr, the French kid, big kid, just dripping with potential. I'm fascinated to see what happens with Donovan Clingan, because I also think, like, if his name was Donovan Clingan and he was from Serbia, like, I wonder if he wouldn't be talked about as the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, locally, the biggest storyline obviously is who the Wizards are going to take. You know, where Bronny James is going. You know, there's a lot of things here. I think. With the Wizards especially, and it sounds like they may want to get another first-round pick, you know, they need to get a guy – they need to hit on this one, right? Like, if you're going to do the rebuild, I mean, you absolutely have to get the best available prospect at number 2. Sarr certainly seems like that guy, right? He can block shots. He can get to the rim. He can, you know, grab rebounds, like everything that you want a tall guy to do. And he's only 19 years old. You know, I think that's a really good building block for them. Again, I'm also interested to see if they can add another one. because that's really where they're at right now. I mean, they got to just gather future assets and start to build a little nucleus so that they can pursue other talent and start to win some games.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you think the goal for them should be to at least what we've heard so far is Kuzma to Sacramento for that 13th pick? Would that fit in kind of what we know about Winger and Dawkins and these fellas?
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit outside the lottery. I mean the the NBA draft is, you have to, lucky is not the right word, but you have to be fortunate to get a player like outside the lottery to be like a major contributor. But again, I mean, more bites of the apple gives you more chances to be successful. I do like that. I don't think you necessarily need any veteran star type players on this roster. You're not going to attract other star players. It's not a destination. You just got to get some young guys in and start to figure out what your identity is going to be and build some chemistry. So I'd love that deal. You look around the league, like especially like the Nets. They have like 100 first-round picks over the next decade,
Right,
or something. I mean, like, but that's how you kind of build for the future. So the more that the Wizards can do that, I think the better off they're better off they'll be in a shorter time frame.
Also, if you got the right people picking, because I think, when you look at the Joker, a second-round pick, been 2-time MVP, it can happen. And there are a lot of guys that come and play for you, but they haven't been good at it, but they seem to have the right people in place now to where if they pick somebody, I think we should give them that chance and not judge them based off of the stuff we've seen. When Jan Vesely, Jan Vesely was the best Jan Vesely looked when he kissed his girlfriend.
Yeah, I mean, you hope for not another Kwame Brown situation. The number 2 pick is a very high pick, so you want to, it almost has to work, because if it doesn't work, you got to figure out this whole process again, or you pay them too much because you're kind of invested in them, or what have you. So yeah, this is probably one of the most important picks for the organization going forward, right? I mean, this could be the building block for years to come, and the centerpiece of their rebuild project.
Yeah, you hope they nail it. But I've also read something, or maybe somebody told me that they have a weird protected first from somebody next year, so they're going to at least be bad one more year. I maybe that's obvious too. Maybe we don't need to even consider that there's.
I think this is like a 5-year rebuild, to be honest.
I mean, which is bananas.
I don't think that's what the fans want to hear.
Well, but that's the thing, though, right? Because even if you're bad, there's no guarantee you draft this high.
Right.
You know what I mean? And what was it, a year or two ago, they were like one ping pong ball away from getting like a super high pick, and they end up getting 6th or something. Like there's no guarantee when you're bad that you get a high pick.
True.
So that's why, like in these situations, you really have to nail it, because you can have the same record next year and not pick anywhere close to the top 3.
Totally. I do want to switch over to the bases. Have you looked at the Nats? Obviously, the last 5 games have been this weird roller coaster, more losses than wins, obviously, but weird situations and testy situations. I am of a fairly firm belief that the Nats need to be selling at the trade deadline. What do the numbers tell you? They're flirting with 500. They're flirting with a wild card spot. We're still a month away, so a lot can happen in a month. But to me, you keep your eyes on the long-term prize here.
Oh, absolutely, sellers. I mean, there's no doubt about it that this is a team that is overachieving this year. And I'm not saying they're overachieving because they're getting lucky. I'm just saying they're overachieving because they're playing good baseball at times, right? They're kind of on a little bit of a downturn lately, but to even have a chance at 70 wins, at this point of the season, I think is very surprising to people. They're not going to contend for the division. They're not going to make the playoffs, all likelihood. So absolutely be sellers and just keep building. I mean, they have right now you can start to see the nucleus of the team forming. Baseball is a little bit different, obviously, because it takes a little bit longer to get them to the major league level. So even like people that are drafted, this year and next year, you might not see for a couple of years. But I mean, obviously, C.J. Abrams, Jacob Young, Lane Thomas, these are the guys that they're going to be able to build around. So I think just adding more pieces is definitely the play. I would be shocked if they weren't sellers at the trade deadline. I mean, they just got to keep on adding future assets and build on what they have. And, they need power hitters probably more than anything.
Baseball is totally different. How many years you think that takes?
I'm sorry, say again?
Baseball is different than most sports. So how many years you think this rebuild will be?
Well, these type of rebuilds can happen quick because if you have like the nucleus of hitters and you can add a power hitter and some pitching in free agency, you can start to be competitive right away. You're always going to overpay for the players you need in free agency. That's just the way it goes. But if your hitters are developing and they're arbitration eligible and they're under cost control for quite a number of years, you can start to. And if the organization is willing to spend money, you can start adding the pieces that you need to contend, depending on what the free agent class is. Also, if you're developing like a deep minor league system, I mean, those are trade assets as well to get short-term rentals to plug some holes and make you competitive in the division and the league in general. So I think the Nationals, the timetable, if you would have asked me this question last year, would have probably been like 4 or 5 years. But after seeing kind of what they have this year, I think, you could accelerate it if you want to, and depending on how they continue to develop. But free agency and trades can make a big difference because there's a lot of teams that fall out early and want to get rid of some of their, dead weight contract-wise.
I think the Nats rebuild timeline is completely contingent upon what happens with ownership. I think if there's some investment and the learners are back into the level they used to be, like maybe the TV rights clear up and they can invest again, I think they can compete next year. Between the pitching and the young players they have, you add a little pop to that lineup. If you're willing to spend, I think you're right back in there. Or if they sell and a new person takes over and they identify that they're willing to spend. But without clarity at the ownership, who the hell knows? They might just keep dealing.
Yeah, I mean, payroll definitely plays a large part of it. And, you're in the division with three of some of the heaviest spenders in the league and in majors. Then you have the Dodgers that you're still contending with on the other side. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, the timeline could be accelerated, but if you're a Nats fan, I mean, you have to at least be optimistic of what you have here because a lot of the previous deals are really starting to bear some fruit, and they're starting to put some things together.
Greenberg, you're always bearing
Appreciate
fruit.
you,
Thanks
Greenberg.
for joining us, buddy.
All right, I'll talk to you guys soon.
Hi, bro.
That's our guy, Neil Greenberg. Give him a follow at N Greenberg. When we come back, I want to run through starting lineups and the conception, perhaps misconception around them, specifically on the defensive side of the ball. But if you look at a group starters, you can start to identify who should be the best and better teams around the NFL. Plus, NBA prospect name game at 11:45. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here with Bike to the Beach. Since it's National Bike Month, I want you to join me as I bike to the beach to support local autism organizations. Come out on Friday, August 2nd, and enjoy a 25, 50, 70, or 100-mile ride to Dewey Beach. No matter your skill level, ride with me or donate to our team to help us hit our goal. This ride is designed for all riders. So bring your crew and help us raise funds to support autism and disabilities. So visit biketothebeach.org/bmitch to get involved and make an impact today. That's biketothebeach.org/bmitch.
This sports update is brought to you by Old Glory DC, your hometown Major League Rugby franchise. If you like baseball drama, I have two great stories for you. First up, Texas A&M's head coach Jim Schlossnagle had a press conference right after losing the College World Series, as per usual. Now, he was asked if he was planning on leaving the Aggies for an open job with the Texas Longhorns. He basically yelled at the reporter and said he would never do something like that. Well, spoiler alert, he did, less than 24 hours later, actually. So him and three of their assistant coaches are headed to the Longhorns. That rivalry between Texas and Texas A&M just got a little more heated. Now, speaking of heated, the Nats and Padres had a little scuffle yesterday. Jurickson Profar is at the center of all of this. He hit a walk-off on Monday night after they intentionally walked to get to him. He was not happy with that. He had some words for the Nats bench and then said he felt disrespected. Then he goes up to bat, and Keibert Ruiz has some words for him last night. The two of them get into the benches clearing dust up. He goes on, he gets hit by a pitch, and then the Padres win thanks to Jurickson Profar's grand slam later in the game. Needless to say, today will be interesting. 4:10 p.m. right here on The Fan. You're definitely not going to want to miss this one because I don't think it's over. Old Glory DC's final regular season home match is this Saturday at the Maryland Soccerplex. They've clinched a spot in the playoffs. Now they're showing you some love during Fan Appreciation Night this Saturday at 7 p.m. with tickets starting at just $20. Score yours now at oldglorydc.com. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan.
Yeah.
Love me some Akon. Get it going.
Listen,
B, you going to watch the draft tonight, you think?
Maybe. I don't go to this other event I'm supposed to go to.
What do you got tonight?
It's a pizza truck.
Pizza truck.
Mm-hmm. It's a new thing. I want to get it exactly right. I don't want to mess it up. Let me find it for you. Okay,
I'm in on pizza truck.
It's Gordon Ramsay's Street Pizza. And
Where is it?
It's a new thing. It's in DC. So I'm supposed to go there. If my time is right, I'm gonna probably go there.
Listen, I know Landville says no to most things. Landini, would you be interested in going to pizza truck with B. Mitch?
Kind of. Where is it again?
DC.
Oh, that's way too far.
Hey, you're in DC right now,
You're currently in DC.
Yeah. Does the event start at 2:15?
No, 7.
No. See, at 7 o'clock, DC will be about an hour and a half away from me.
It's not an hour and a half.
At 7 o'clock, yes, it is.
It will not be at 7 o'clock. Not
No.
on a Wednesday night. Leaving
Yeah,
DC
'cause the
might be a
bridges-
problem. Coming to DC won't be a problem.
Yo,
Bro, traffic is
coming to-
hellacious 100% of the time.
no, dude, you'd be all right.
How would
because
you know when you don't leave your house once you get there?
Landville,
I don't
you
leave
just
the house
get on
'cause
the
of
toll
traffic.
road and go over like the Roosevelt Bridge. Like you just come downtown. Like if you had to go over the Legion Bridge, you'd be screwed. If you had to get to Bethesda or like Northwest DC, but assuming this is downtown, you get into downtown DC that time of night without much trouble.
I'm not going to do that. But I
That
think
I
Beamish
believe.
should go. It sounds like a great event.
I mean, it's called Pizza Truck. Hell yeah, you should.
Nah, it's street pizza. I was saying pizza truck, and they said street pizza.
I think Pizza Truck sounds better than street pizza.
Well, it's not what it sounds like. It's what it is, JP.
All right. So Seth Walder does analytics for ESPN. So Walder, Mike Clay, and Aaron Schatz, who we have on the program pretty regularly, combined to rank every NFL starting lineup. I don't think there's much surprise at the top. Niners and Chiefs sounds right to me.
Yeah.
They're loaded with talent all over the field. Maybe there's a question with Ayuk. They did lose a lot on their D line. They lost Chase Young. Eric Armstead, Clellan Ferrell, but they still have Joey Bosa, which I think is pretty good.
They got some big dudes inside too, so you can't just double Joey all the time.
Sure. Chiefs are obviously loaded. Don't forget the Chiefs added Hollywood Brown, which I think could be a really big deal. They had that linebacker Leo Chenal, who was really good in the Super Bowl. I think he played his college ball at Wisconsin. I wanted Washington to draft him a few years back. Is a little bit of a lingering question on what happens with Rashee Rice, who was important for them.
Well, they did draft. They brought in Hollywood Brown, and they drafted a receiver, so they probably preparing for him if he's not around.
I think they drafted the kid from Texas.
That fast kid.
Yeah. Their third highest ranked starting lineup is the Ravens. I get it. Yeah, right? Like I don't.
Yeah.
I think the biggest loss for Baltimore is Mike McDonald.
Yeah, defense coordinator. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. And
that dude's been knowing his stuff for a long time, and he had those guys working. Whoever takes his place, can he motivate like Mike did?
Totally. And know all those players inside and out. I mean, when we talked to senior Ravens insider for the Dundalk Tribune, Matt Valdez, he talked about how important McDonald was to the whole operation. So that'll be interesting to see. But kind of to our earlier point in our conversation with Greenberg, if you build the right structure, you can allow people to leave and continue to thrive. Like the Ravens have built this thing over the years for the long haul. So I would expect them to be okay. I find this pretty damn surprising, B. If you've looked at it, then you're going to know. But if you haven't, who do you think has the fourth best starting lineups in the NFL? So far, it's been Niners, Chiefs, Ravens.
Niners, Chiefs, Ravens, Jets.
You looked.
I didn't look.
You think that? I mean, you're right.
I'm saying the Jets. You know why? Because the Jets defense is potent. They got Aaron Rodgers. They got a receiver who's damn good. He got hurt. Now, they may have a great lineup, but they got a lot of stuff going on that normally affects what's happening on the football field.
I mean, Sauce Gardner's probably the best corner in football now. That defense is loaded. It's going to be really interesting what happens with Rodgers. If Rodgers can get back to what he was the last two seasons in Green Bay, the Jets are pretty damn loaded, man. Quentin Williams.
You said, now look, I can't even find the damn thing. You sent it on which column? He did.
It's attached on the email.
He did it on email.
Well, how do you feel about so the Jets signed Tyron Smith after he finally left Dallas? Smith has lost a lot. He's missed a lot of games with injuries too now.
Yeah. But all it takes is Tyron Smith to go there and don't get injured the whole year.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah, the Jets could be really good. I like the Lions roster. They rank the Lions roster 5th. I don't disagree with that. I think the Lions defense is a lot better than people give them credit for. Their O-line's really good.
I think what happens with those teams like the Lions, you know, when you look at teams like, I'm not going to say the Jets yet because they haven't had the success, the Ravens, even the 49ers, their rosters, some of their players are not the absolute best, but they are the best in those systems.
Right.
Because they seem to know how to get the best out of their guys.
I'm looking at, so they go Lions 5th, Dallas at number 6, and you've got Parsons, Lawrence, Bland. You should have Diggs coming back. I mean, that defense should be really good. I am very curious to see what losing Dan Quinn and Joe Witt does to that defense.
Yeah.
B, do you realize, maybe I just hadn't thought of this because I know I think he signed in Tennessee. Like, I knew Tony Pollard left. Yeah. And I knew they signed Zeke. I couldn't conceptualize until I'm reading this right now. The plan is for Zeke to be their lead back?
Yeah.
Sounds like a bad plan, man.
Well, they said the thing about him is if you got enough receivers, all you need him is to do be a pounder. And they believe that Zeke will get the yards you need when you give it to him inside the tackle.
Landfill, how you feel about Ezekiel Elliott being a lead running back in the year 2024?
I mean, if it was 2017, I'd feel good about it, but it's not. I feel good about it, though, because
to be honest with you,
it's not the Commanders.
Who really cares about the back. Nobody really puts the back as a lead guy anymore anyway. So if everybody's worried about, the receivers on that team and things of that nature, Zeke may have more space than we think.
Yeah, I would just think they would have drafted somebody. You know what I mean? But hey, man, good luck. Good luck. Hope it goes terribly. Rounding this out, 7 is the Bengals, 8 Texans, 9 Bills, 10 Eagles. So that's your second NFC East team. Where do we think Washington lands? Ranking starting lineups.
If they haven't put them in, let me see, they're going to put them in
26.
It's going to probably be about 23.
Oof. 30.
They put them at 30?
Yeah, biggest weakness, they say edge rusher, which kind of makes sense. I honestly think the new edge rushing group could be more effective than last year's. They rebuilt at linebacker. Cornerback's a big question. I think BSJ will have a good bounce back year. So they go 30 for Washington, 31 for Denver, 32 for the New York Football
Can
Giants.
we have like a little something? Let me see. All these initials should be only used for people that have really promoted themselves or played that way. Call me a regular name until we get a great play.
Who are you talking about?
You should say BSJ. Benjamin St. Just.
I just thought it was easier to say, but that's fine. We'll call him Benjamin St.
We
Just.
got to stop giving everybody initials that haven't earned initials just yet.
You know who has earned their initials?
Who's that?
OAVA, Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. I just bought a new car from them last week. I bought 5 cars from them. Brian's bought about 100. The service you get when you go out there is second to none. My guy Jaime at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota took such good care of me. He had donuts waiting for me. You know how I feel about donuts, Brian? You want some donuts? Go check out any of the 7 locations Oarsman has all over Northern Virginia, from Alexandria to Chantilly. All the brands you can ask for, all the makes, all the models. They'll buy your car. You can lease a car. They can service your car. Anything you need done, they can help you out at Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. And what sets the pace is the Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
Well, anytime JP give you a number about me, just divide it by 10 because he likes to exaggerate. You know what? They have that Lifetime Edge, and that gives you up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance, and also loaner cars with every major maintenance. And they give you that Oarsman Lifetime Engine Guarantee. And there's more good news. If you have a car to sell, take it to Oarsman, and they will give you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value. Nobody else is doing that, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, and take it from us, be venture friendly, to beyond satisfies Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
Up for our next segment. We do this before most drafts, especially NBA and NHL, and maybe even baseball. Landville gives us a pop quiz on, is it a prospect that could be drafted tonight, or is it something else entirely? Professor Landini, the floor is yours.
All right, I'm going to give you some names. You guys got to just guess if they are actual NBA draft prospects or, well, not. They could be a number of other things. You guys ready?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
All right. Zion Reddington. Zion Reddington.
He's not. Yeah.
Is the league big enough for two Zions? I say no.
He is not. He is the U.S. Wheelchair Olympic Rugby team.
Wow.
All right. Good for him, man.
Yeah. All right. Trey McKinney.
Yeah. He is.
Trey
that
McKinney.
sounds like a basketball name.
That sounds like a guard for Texas A&M to me. That's like 6'6", 310. I'm saying no.
He's actually a small forward, 5-star recruit. Goes to high school in Michigan. So he is not an NBA draft prospect yet.
Oh, so I was technically right.
Could be in a couple years, though.
Okay. Trey McKinney, good luck.
Axel Julian.
Axel Julian.
Axel Julian.
I'm going to go with yes on this.
I'm gonna go with yes, but he should have been a NASCAR driver or something.
Is he like a French shooting guard or a German small forward? Yes, Axel Julian.
Axel Julian is a French point guard. He plays for G-Day A Dijon, and he is actually not an NBA draft prospect. He's just a French dude that plays basketball.
So he's kind of a...
No.
He could be a prospect, Landfill, just because they...
No, he's not a prospect.
Yeah, man. You can't
Nah.
give us a basketball player that plays in France
Nah.
and then say he's not a prospect.
He's not a prospect.
That is now two straight almost
He may be a
prospects.
horrible
the high
one.
school kid and this kid.
He's not a prospect. There's 58 guys in the draft. You can't go
No,
to the...
it's 58 positions, but they can have more than 58 in the draft.
Nah, there's only a set number of picks, B.
I understand. But you can have guys that don't get drafted that may be signed as a free agent.
That's true.
So you can have more than 58, 59 in the draft, dude.
I don't...
All right, how much you want to bet Axel Julian does not sign with an NBA team after the draft?
But that don't.
Well, we'll settle this right here.
But whether or not
I got
whether or not-
$100 saying he does
whether or
not.
not you're drafted don't mean you're not a prospect.
He is not a prospect.
All right, give us another
You're not
one.
playing this game like you used to play it.
Usually it's like random like politicians.
Yeah,
from Eastern
but
European
all the guys
countries.
are basketball players, so everybody's a prospect.
All
You
right.
may be a sorry one.
First off, rugby is not basketball, for the record.
The
Nikola
rugby dude,
Jurisic.
what's his name?
Nikola Jurisic.
His name is Nikola. Yes, he's a prospect.
Yeah, they draft anybody named Nikola gets drafted.
He is, in fact, a prospect. He's a swing man. I think he was like second round, kind of, maybe late first. He's, in fact, a prospect.
Got it.
Alexander Vucic.
He got a last name of a basketball
I was
player.
gonna say,
so
isn't he already in the league?
I think he's
Yeah,
on the Wizards.
he already plays.
He's the president of Serbia.
So we were saying he wasn't the prospect, so we got that right.
Johnny
Kind of got that right.
Furphy.
What?
Johnny Furphy.
That doesn't sound like. No, he's not one.
I'm gonna
Dude.
go yes.
He's an Australian guy. I read about this guy, and I only remember it because
JP's
the
cheating.
last name was so weird.
Yeah, Johnny Furphy. He went to Kansas. He's a shooting guard. He is an NBA draft prospect. It's an unusual name, Furphy.
Will he be drafted? Because you say if he don't be drafted, he's not a prospect.
That's not what I said at all.
That's kinda
No,
what you said.
he's going to be. I think he's like a first round pick.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, it was when I was like looking through these mock drafts, and I saw it, and in my mind, I was like, this budget ass website didn't even run spell check for a kid that's named Murphy, and they wrote down Furphy. That was. I just thought they messed it up.
Journalist mind
Hey,
took over.
you
Right,
know what?
JP?
That was right after he finished reading all those names and say, Landfill, you should do this game tomorrow.
No, we've done this game 100 times.
I feel like JP did cheat, though. You guys ready for another name?
Yes.
LeJohntay Wester.
I'm going to say yes.
Jonte West.
B, you know why I'm saying yes. His
Why?
name is LeJohntay.
Yeah, that's a brother.
I mean, look, I haven't seen a picture of the guy. He plays wide receiver for Colorado.
All right. Shout out to LeJohntay Webster playing for Coach Prime.
Ron Holland. Ron Holland.
I think that kid was a big time recruit like 2 or 3 years ago and went to the G League and he was supposed to go to Kentucky.
Bro, I'm gonna go yes. No, I'm gonna go no.
I think that's legit.
Ron Holland.
Ron Holland. Yes. Real.
Ron Holland is a swingman from the G League, and he is a draft prospect.
Boom. Booyakasha. I'm Mr. NBA. I'm basically Woj right now.
You're also cheating, just for the record.
I am not cheating. I got plenty wrong. I just said Furphy was a weird name that I remembered. And I remember this dude, Holland. I think he was supposed to go to Kentucky, and then he went to the G League. And this might have been like right before NIL passed. And people are like, oh, my God, college basketball will never recover from the G League. And then NIL passed, and the whole world changed.
Roscoe Hill.
Jeff, what do we think about a fella named Roscoe?
That name sounds a little too common to be like a basketball player.
Yeah, I'm
Sounds like an extra in Sanford and Son.
I don't know.
I'm gonna say no.
I'm gonna say yes. 'Cause it just seemed like when Landfill give us basic names, they be wanting to throw us off. So I'm gonna say yes.
Roscoe Hill will be boxing for the United States in Paris.
Where's he from?
I did not see there.
He's from the South.
Probably.
Roscoe Hill, American boxer. All right. Guess where he's from?
Where?
He is from
Mississippi.
Georgia.
All I can get is America. Nobody will tell me where the hell this guy's from. You got Georgia, Landini?
I'm guessing Georgia.
I go Mississippi.
All right. We got one Mississippi, one Georgia. Jeff, you got a guess?
Birmingham, Alabama. His name is Roscoe.
All right. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Roscoe Hill grew up in Spring, Texas, where he trained in George Foreman's gym and was baptized by George Foreman himself.
Wow.
George Foreman's kind of like Georgia. I feel like I get partial credit for
Georgia
that.
Foreman. That was interesting. I love that game, Landini.
I got
Thank
one
you for a
more.
set. All right, let's do it.
Jacoby Walter.
He is a receiver for the Kansas State Wildcats.
No.
He is a shooting guard from Baylor, and he is an NBA draft prospect.
That could be his cousin with the same name, JP. In Kansas.
For sure. All right, I can't wait to watch the draft. I always enjoy it. I always think of Jalen Rose's suit. That's the all-time draft.
That
suit.
thing was a zoot suit.
That is the all-time.
That jacket was so goddamn long.
The amount of cloth could have clothed like 9 children. Like if there were a bunch of orphans, they could have cut that thing up and clothed a whole orphanage.
Or
When
you
we
could
come back,
have made some curtains for your windows.
for sure. For the amount of windows you got, me, you could make curtains for. When we come back, David Aldridge joins the program. Noon in the District of Columbia. Quick story with this song. I showed my 5-year-old a video of a lowrider Cadillac, and now that's the car she wants. So we'll see if that holds till she turns 16. But right now it's time for everybody to get smarter. Let's talk to the Hall of Famer, Mr. David Aldridge, of course, with The Athletic. DA, what up, man? How are you?
Gentlemen, what's good? What's happening?
Chilling, brother.
DA, where are you? Do you go to the draft these days?
No, I'm not this year.
DA
Next
say
year,
for him to show up, it got to be star-studded.
Yeah,
You know what
for
I'm saying?
Wemby.
So next year, when Cooper Flagg and my boy, Harper and them guys are there, I might be up there, but not this year.
Gotcha. Do you think the NBA will start like the road show with the draft, like the NFL has done?
I mean, they used to do that. They used to do that. They did that for many years. Back in the 90s, they would go to a different city every year. So they did it in Portland. I remember going to Portland one year, and then I think Minnesota one year. They went all over the place, and they didn't get. And I guess it was different then. They didn't get the actual in-person crowds I think they wanted. The arenas that they went to were kind of half empty, and it looked bad on TV, so they went away from that. Plus, it was just damn expensive to put that on every year, so they moved it back to New York. So I mean, everything old is new again, right? So I mean, I suppose it's possible they could start that back up again, but they deliberately came back to the New York, New Jersey area just to have it in their spot because it was just a lot easier and cheaper.
Sponsorships.
Sure.
So always get somebody else to pay for it.
Right.
So the Wiz sit here right now with the 2nd overall pick, the 26th overall pick. A lot of smoke that maybe Kuz could get moved for that 13th pick that Sacramento currently holds.
Yep.
What do you think the Wizards are trying to accomplish tonight? Does it seem like it's SAR to you? Just where is the Washington franchise going into draft night?
I mean, look, I would just say this. I know everybody has them taking SAR. I would just say nobody had them going in for Koulibaly last year. Nobody. These guys do not tell anybody what they're doing, what they're thinking. So while it certainly, right now looks like SAR, and that would make sense, given their problems in the middle, long-term play, long athletic, a lot, he looks and plays along the lines of a Chet Holmgren, who obviously Dawkins had a hand in drafted in OKC. I would just caution everybody. These guys don't tell people what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And so if they do something surprising tonight, I won't be shocked. So yeah, I mean, I think they will use two to, I think, go for the biggest swing as they see it, the biggest upside play as they see it. That's their MO. And then to your point, I definitely think there's some momentum toward making a deal for another lottery pick, another pick in the first half of the first round. The way to do that, the most obvious way to do that is 13. But, you hear Memphis is trying to trade their pick too at 9. There's different things. And there's ways you can get into a trade there. There's a lot of teams that are trying to move picks. I think there are going to be a lot of trades tonight because this is not a draft where people at the top are locked in because there's just not prospects worth locking in for. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not that kind of draft. Like, Houston at 3, they'll trade the pick. They make no bones about it. They'll trade 3. They don't really care. 5 is in play. I think 9 is in play. So the Wizards will have a lot of options if they want to put Kuz or something else in the deal to get another pick this year. And you may say it doesn't make sense to get a pick this year. You should get picks next year. Maybe they do that too. I mean, that next year's draft is certainly a lot more loaded at the top than this one is. So yeah, I think the Wizards will be active tonight. I can't see them sitting pat and just doing 2, 26, and 51. I just don't think that's what they're going to do.
We've seen them in a lot of drafts over the years, and they did not work out good. So are we at the point where we have to give this crew the chance to go out there and do what they do and not try to compare them to what we've seen in the previous years?
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, they got the green light from Ted Leonsis last year to take this thing down. And so you've got to give them a chance to take it down, right? Like you've got to give them a chance to actually do that. So I think they're going to, I think this is going to be a multi-year process. They have to obviously be bad this coming season because you have to have a top 4 or 5 pick in 2025. Have to.
Mm-hmm.
It's as good a draft as there's been in the last several years coming up next year. You have to get one of those guys. Like if it's not Cooper Flag, like I said, you have to get. There's multiple guys. Ace Bailey is a franchise level player. I think Harper, if not a franchise level player, is a very good player. There's the point guard coming up from France who is another French player who is going to be, a big time player. So you've got to get in the top part of next year's draft. You've got to hold on to your pick in 2026. Otherwise it goes to the Knicks. So you've got to be bad for 2 more years to hold on to that first round pick in 26. And 26 is a very good draft. So this is the path is be bad for 2 more years, get as many swings at the drafts in 25 and 26 as humanly possible, and get 1 or 2, preferably young franchise level players that you can actually build around.
Talking with David Aldridge here from The Athletic. He's got a busy night ahead with the NBA draft. Seems like Kevin Durant could be on the move. Seems like it's going to be a crazy night for the association. Yep. But DA, I think you're the one that put me onto this theory. And if I'm wrong, tell me. Mm-hmm. Do you like Klingon a lot in this draft? Do I recall that right?
I do. Yes.
Like,
correct.
If Donovan Klingon was from Estonia and had a different last name, would he be in the conversation for the first overall pick?
Well, he is in the conversation for the first overall pick. I mean, okay. There is a chance. There's a not zero chance the Hawks take him number 1. Now I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it's not like that hasn't been discussed with the Hawks. That has been discussed with the Hawks, by the Hawks. Look, this is my theory of the case here with regard to this year's draft, especially for a team like the Wizards that's rebuilding. You cannot take drafts off when you're bad. You can't just say, well, there were no good players in that draft, so you got to forgive us for making a bad pick. No. No, y'all stink. Mm-hmm. Y'all stink. You got to get as many good players in here every chance you get. And having the number 2 pick gives you a chance, one of the best chances, I would argue, to get whatever good players are in this draft. And there's always, every draft has 2 or 3 good players. I always go back to 2013. Anthony Bennett was the first pick.
Yep.
Everybody went nuts. Oladipo was the second pick. Otto Porter was the third pick. None of those guys are going to Springfield, right? Who was the 15th pick in that draft? Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Yep.
So don't tell me you can't get good players in the draft.
You just got to get the right one.
You got to. Hey,
Steph was 7th or 8th.
That's it. That's your job. That is Michael Winger's job. That is Will Dawkins' job. Find the 2 or 3 good players that are in this draft. You got to get one of them. Yeah. Don't come to me with this. Well, this was a bad draft. No. You don't have the luxury to swing and miss.
Yeah, the Joker was a second rounder.
Joker was a second rounder. Draymond Green was a second rounder.
Yeah. Gilbert Arenas was a second rounder. So you can get them. Now your job is to get them, right?
Yep.
So now I would argue in a draft like this with the variance that you have, because it's not a top heavy draft. The problem is, the danger is the opportunity to swing and miss is much higher in a draft like this, because you have to take a chance on guys that may not make it. Like you have to. There's not a sure thing in this draft. So to me, if I'm the Wizards, I'm taking the closest thing to a sure thing that I can take in this draft. I just don't think this is a year you can't just write this year off. You got to get somebody good out of this draft.
Yeah.
And if there's no great player, then go get a good one. You know what I'm saying? Like so to me, a guy like Klingon, who was a key member on back-to-back national championship teams at UConn, who got coached hard by Dan Hurley, who understands how to play drop coverage at an elite level, who is a great defender at the rim. Your defense is historically bad. Your defense is horrendous. You need somebody that can start making it hard for the other team to score. You know, and this guy helps you do that. Is he the greatest center prospect of all time? No, but he's a good basketball player. He's 7'2", 280.
Right.
And he's not a
and he's
bum.
20.
And he's 20 years old. What am I missing here? So to me,
DA, I'm with you,
Wizards,
dude.
yeah,
I'm with you.
just like, I'm not saying Sarr would be a bad pick. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's a lot of questions about Sarr, especially at the offensive end. And I know there's questions about Clingan too at the offensive end. I'm not saying there aren't. But what I just think that, I mean, Sarr is a great prospect defensively. He fits a lot of what the modern NBA big man is. He can switchable. He can guard guys in space. I'm not saying it would be a bad pick. I'm just saying he's 224 pounds.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm going to put him in the hole, bro, I mean, I'm just saying,
you need a little meat on you.
My buddy Freddie Carter, when I was at ESPN, we used to do NBA Tonight. He used to always say about guys like that, a little light in the cakes. A little light in the cakes. So, you know, you got to, I don't know. I'm not saying it can't work. I'm just saying it's that's going to take a while for that to manifest itself.
Yeah.
DA, you sold me on this back then when we talked about it, whenever we did that. I just think Clingan has shown tremendous improvement already. I like Sarr too. Like
I do too.
I'm not going to be mad about a 7'1", 19-year-old, but I'm also not going to be mad about a 7'3", 20-year-old just because he played college.
What's the difference? What's the difference?
Right.
Who played at a high level, by the way? You know, played on national championship teams, not teams that got to the Sweet 16. You got one back-to-back natties.
Yeah. And then he got better from year to year. Damn better.
And he was on the floor for both of those. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. DA, so real quick, what do you have a prediction for the Wiz at 2, or is it just 2 up in the air for you?
Again, I'm not going to ever try to tell you what this group is going to do. They keep their cards so close to the vest. The vest is like, yo, man, back up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. All right. Another group that's keeping everything close to the vest, and I'm sorry to get you off NBA mode, but I did want to ask you about this real quick. Commanders. We saw yesterday the departure of Eugene Shen. They're clearly kind of rebuilding their analytics team, how perhaps Peters and this new guy Sosno want it built. What do you make of it?
I was a little surprised by it, to be honest with you, because, you know, I mean, not that Josh Harris is running, has final say on football stuff. I mean, he does, but you know what I mean? Like he doesn't seem to be the type that's going to meddle in football decisions. He's going to let them do what they want. But that clearly was a guy he thought was a very, and is a very smart, knowledgeable guy to put in charge of what clearly is Josh Harris's wheelhouse, analytics. He loves that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it was just surprising to me. The guy just got here. Like it's not he's been there 5 years. He just got here, and you're going to kind of move him to the side because Peters wants to bring in his own people. I guess I would say I think that's a good sign because he's empowering the guy he picked to run the football team, You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so I will look at that as a positive, and I can't say that that's a bad thing because we could have said, well, we just brought Eugene Shen in. Let's give him a chance to see what he can do. And he didn't do that. He was like, all right, you want this guy instead? Okay. It's your team, your show. So I guess it's a good thing. I will look at it as a good thing.
Yeah. On top of it, too, like Jay, you said that they're rebuilding their analytics department. Hell, they building one. They never really had one.
Right. That's a good way to put it. Yes.
True.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
All right. So, DA, real quick.
Yeah.
I just went to the NBA Draft 2024 simulator on ESPN. I just did my first ever. This might be my first ever NBA mock draft. I took Clingan at number 2 instead of Sarr. And I find this curious. Sarr then slid to 5 to the Pistons.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying, guys. It's not like, I mean, do people like Alex Sarr? Yes. A lot of people do, and for good reason. He's got a chance to be a really good player. But I don't think that means that it would be stupid of them to take Donovan Clayton. That's all I'm saying.
Sure.
Like, there's reasons to take both of them. And you can, it's eye of the beholder thing. I will say this. This group likes taking big swings. Alex Sarr is a bigger swing than Donovan Clingan. So if they take them, then they're staying on brand, which is we take big swings around here.
Mhm.
And I can't say after playing it safe for the last 20 years in drafts that I can't kill them now for doing the thing that I said they should do more of.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so I'm not going to kill them if they take Alex Sarr. I'm just saying it's a bigger gamble than taking Clingan.
Totally.
Yep. All right, DA, we appreciate it. Good
Thank
luck
you, Dave.
tonight. Hope you enjoy it, dude.
All right, gents. Good talking to
Hey,
you.
brother. Take care, man.
That's our
Yes, sir.
friend David Aldridge. Simply
Dave's my
one
dude,
of the
man.
best.
Dave used to cover football back in the day, boy.
They need an Aldridge cam in the press box. At least late in the Ron Rivera era, when it'd get into the fourth quarter and they'd have a big third down. It would be 3rd and 11. And DA, I often end up sitting next to him and he's like, "What do you do here?" And I would just wait for him. He said, "You send the house."
Yeah.
And he would get so frustrated at how cautious and conservative the Commanders would play defense on 3rd down that it was amazing to watch. I wish I had caught some of it on camera.
Mhm.
What else is amazing is it's probably pretty obvious that I'm actually doing the show from home today. And if you're watching on the stream, you can see my dope ass sunroom porch that I'm in. I'll show the whole stream. Look, see this room full of windows? You know who built this room? Paul Henry built this room. Call Paul. He could build something like this for you at your house. Paul has done tremendous work for myself, my family, my utility bills, the comfortability of my home, just that it stays the temperature I want, rather than when you have rickety old windows and rickety old doors. Working with Paul Henry changed my family's life. And Brian, I know it's been the same for you.
It's been the same for me. He's done multiple jobs in my house, and now Paul's about to do a job for me. I was looking at the stuff that we had talked about this morning, and can't wait for it. I'm looking forward to it, where I have this walkway that goes from my main house over to my garage. And, after having it a certain amount of time, bad things start to happen. I've had it over 20-something years, almost 30 years. And Paul looked at it. He told me what it's going to take, how he's going to do it to where it never gives me any more problems. And I can't wait for it, because I know if he told it to me, it's going to work. So if you want to get windows or doors at your house, make sure you reach out to Paul right now, and you'll get 15% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 15% off doors. So contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
B. Mitch of Finley, 1067 The Fan. We're excited right now to be joined in studio by Azar Abdul Rahim, Maryland's co-defensive coordinator, DC native, a guy that's coached a lot of good football in the city for a long time. What's up, man? How are you?
He's doing well. We found out Jeff couldn't spell his name properly, so I had to mess with him on that. Hold on,
He did.
He got to get the which card. Put it in that.
2 A's, Jeff. 2 A's. For folks that don't know about Azar Abdul Rahim, he coached at Friendship Collegiate, built the program here in DC. I remember when Eddie Goldman was getting recruited, was a major player in DC football, ended up at Florida State, ended up playing in the NFL. And Abdul, you then went to Bama, right? Was it Bama after Friendship?
We had to move him to another area because, we didn't have, somebody took the little thing out of the which call. You guys now?
Okay. Good.
Yeah, you got us now.
You want me to pull this down?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
We got you, Coach.
Yes, we got him.
You got me.
All right. I'm just like I was saying, I remember when you were at Friendship when Eddie Goldman was getting recruited, and that was like a huge deal for Friendship Collegiate. He ended up going to Florida State and then made it to the NFL, right?
Definitely great memories at Friendship. Shout out to Friendship Collegiate Academy, where it all kind of started. Started that program back in 2003, and I was the head coach there for about 12 years. My claim to fame, I would say, is like we were able to get 120 young men full scholarships to college, and Eddie was one of them. Eddie was a man child. I'm not taking any credit for for 6'5", 320.
High school?
High school.
Oh,
Dude, is he still playing for the Bears?
No, he actually he retired last year
Okay.
as an Atlanta Falcon, but he came out of retirement and now he's an Atlanta Falcon again. He's doing well. He's actually will be at the camp this Saturday.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about the camp. I mean, you've got a packed roster. I saw the flyer here. I mean, Chase Young's going to be there. Eddie Goldman, obviously. Zay Flowers from the Ravens. Jarrett Peterson, local guy that we all know well. J.C. Jackson, who's played really well up in New England. I mean, the list just keeps going. Darnell Savage, Yannick Ngakoue. Did you coach all these dudes? How do you have one? It's one thing for you to know all these guys, but how do you have all these guys giving up a day of their summer, of their break from the NFL to do a youth football clinic?
Yeah, I mean, I would first say, man, the DMV is just a close-knit community, especially the football, from the football perspective, especially high school. And obviously, I was at Friendship. I worked at Maryland, where Darnell Savage, Yannick Ngakoue, a lot of those former Maryland Terps from 16 to 18. And then I was at Boston College the last 4 years. Wow. So that's kind of the Zay Flowers influence. And he happens to play with the Ravens, which is right down the street.
Sure.
And obviously I'm back at University of Maryland. I think the biggest thing for this camp, and has always been for me, is just about being the community. So this isn't just about just a football camp. This is a football family, just doing something big for the community. And I think I'm more of the conduit to just tap in and touch all individuals and just letting all of them know, how important it is for them to give back to young men and young ladies that look up to and do just literally every word, and they will do everything these guys will tell them to. So, the whole deal is to inspire these young men and these young ladies to be successful, not just in football, but in life. We want to show all of the young people that it's a lot of people in the DMV area that care about them, and care about. We watch the news. We're on top of all this stuff. We cringe at all of the good stuff. I mean, all of the bad stuff that happens in our city, and we want to do something about it. So it wasn't that hard. These are quality young men that wanted to be a part of the event, and this is the 20th year of it.
Coach,
So cool,
my
man.
dad always told me he did things because, it was important to him that I had the best chance. Why is this so important for you to make sure that you get these young kids an opportunity and also give these guys that have gone through it to come back and make sure they see them?
No, that's a great question. I think it starts with just, we got to be cultivators, and just develop these young men and develop ourselves. And I think that happens when we bring a lot of individuals together. The next thing is just from a nurturing standpoint, we got to show these young people that we care about them. And we got to show these young people that we have to be patient with them, and we're not scared to tell them and discipline them.
Yeah.
You know. And the last thing was huge for me, especially for these NFL players, is they have to be able to inspire young men, and they have to understand their worth. And it doesn't happen in the club. It doesn't happen on the Instagram feeds. It happens with really just being where your feet are and going back in the community that you were raised in, and let them know the next generation that they can make it and be a better version of themselves.
I love when you hear, and you hear it with Locks too, when you hear guys that coached under Saban and the understanding of what actually matters versus what is perceived to matter. and working at Bama for those years, Coach, what was it like working under Nick Saban?
Shout out to Coach Locks, man, before I start, man.
I see B-Mitch wearing that fresh Maryland hat too.
Hey, we had one for you, but
we had one, but you're not
here,
so we gave it to somebody.
I'm not getting on that.
I love my Terps. I rep my Terps hard, Coach. Don't you worry.
I got something for you, JP.
I appreciate it, man.
Now, just to get back, so I went from coaching high school football in Northeast to University of Alabama.
Culture shock, wasn't it?
Beyond a culture shock. The first 2 months, I had no idea what anyone was talking about to me. It was like they were speaking Portuguese.
Their dialect?
Yeah, it's just the volume of information and all of the different facets of languages and all of the things that are going on. I mean, it really, you better love football. You better love football to stay down there. But I think the biggest thing for me, what I learned from him is the process. I mean, people talk about that all the time, the process, but really understand, like Coach Saban would tell you in a heartbeat, it's all about inch steps, baby steps, process from A to B. He never looked up and looked at Z. Like he won that day and moved on to the next. So I really took that, and to not be more outcome based, but just to really embrace and love the process. He would win a national championship and he looked grumpy.
Yeah, always.
At times. So it was more about he fell in love with the process of getting up on Mondays and really working hard on Tuesdays and just a walkthrough on Friday. He just loved all of those things, and he loved his kids.
Like, you've seen that working under Saban, one of the best coaches ever. Also, Locks. Locks is a motivator.
We love Locks.
Okay. When you have kids who always see the end result, but don't want to go through that process, is it tough to try to get them on that path?
It is, but I think that's our responsibility. I think it starts with a relationship, and people talk about, the NIL and all these other things, but it still comes down to a coach and a player relationship that has to be more than just on the field. And I think I take pride, and I think Coach Locks hits it on the nose and gives us a lot of opportunities to develop, a relationship with our young men on and off the field, because he understands the importance of it now than ever, because money could change a lot. Money could change a lot in a relationship.
Yeah.
So I think the biggest motivation factor in any young man is love, not incentive based. And it's damn sure not yelling anymore at them, because they don't want to hear that. Some of them may make more than you. So it's like, how do you establish a relationship?
Then you can yell.
Oh,
I tell people that all the time. Like, oh, you can't do that anymore. I say, if you have a relationship, you can.
Coach, I get
if you don't, you got a problem.
Oh yeah, I get it in.
I get it in.
Not the games, but obviously meetings, practice. Like, you gotta,
for sure,
you gotta be able to give them a little tough love.
Yeah. So if you had a Doberman pincher and you never ever was forceful, that dog will run you. Just like kids will run you if you're not forceful.
That's a fact.
I'm looking at the staff. So where do you have your ring from the 2015 Bama title team?
Yeah.
Like, how big is that thing? The size of your fist?
What's something wild? I've never worn it, but it is in my house. I know where it is. It's in the basement. They gave you a nice little case, and it kind of lights up. And it's amazing. Like, coaching college football, you never really get a chance to sit down and reflect on accomplishments. Maybe one day I'll be able to, but this thing moves at a rapid pace. where literally July is really the only time where you can, exhale and you want to spend as much family time as possible in July. So you just really don't have time to just to reflect. And I think one day I will maybe put it on, wear it a little bit, but not right now. We're working on getting that national championship at Maryland.
Hell yeah.
That's something
you got my
big.
full support.
I appreciate it.
Dude, so we're talking with Maryland co-defensive coordinator Azar Abdul Rahim. He's got a football camp coming up this weekend with a number of pros coming back to help kids. You can check it out. Deanwood Rec Center this Saturday, correct?
Yes, Deanwood Rec in Northeast Washington, D.C. Shout out to Department of Recs, Parks and Recs, who do a tremendous job and help us out a lot with just allowing us to literally take over that facility. Those kids on the Ward 7 and Ward 8 side of DC need programs like as such. We're also starting some tap-in program, a mentoring program in the fall. The camp is great, but it's one day, and what we've found that we have to create consistent mentor programs for the young people in Washington D.C. It can't just be one day.
Yeah.
Coach, I don't know what you've got going on. Can you make it through a commercial break and stick around for one more segment?
Oh, for sure.
Okay, because here's what you coached John Allen in college, and I know John pretty well now from his time with the Commanders, the Redskins, whatever you want to call him. John in college, I can only imagine, was a fairly truculent fella. I'd like to ask you about that and take a look at the Terp schedule for the fall. So we'll do that when we come back right here. B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Are you tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch the route and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. Yes, I know.
About it. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Right now, pretty damn cool. We're joined in studio by Maryland co-defensive coordinator Azar Abdul Rahim. He's got an awesome camp this weekend coming up, Deanwood Rec Center. Make sure you check that out. There's going to be a ton of NFL talent on the field. Chase Young, Eddie Goldman, Zay Flowers, Yannick Ngakoue, Rakeem Jarrett, who's a Terp, Darnell Savage, who's a Terp, Keandre Jones. The talent on that field is pretty wild. J.C. Jackson. But, Coach, I did want to ask you this. You were in Bama in 2015 when you guys won the title. I don't even remember who'd you beat to win the title that year.
Jim?
Heck,
who y'all beat to win the title.
it was Michigan State. So I didn't stay to the title game. I had to
You got the ring, though.
So we beat Michigan State in the playoff. That's wild how crazy, man, football is, man.
Yeah.
Probably should know that. But
It is.
you know what?
Hey, you won.
I left in the playoffs.
Because
I was
you
at
got the
Maryland.
Maryland job, right?
That's correct.
The
The rest is history.
Yeah, for sure.
We should Google that.
I will. Don't worry. I'll get on it. Maybe Jeff can get on it. So you beat Michigan State. Damn. You beat Michigan State 38-0 in the Cotton Bowl, and then 45-40 victory over Clemson. I remember that game. That was pretty epic in Arizona.
Mhm.
But a couple things stand out to me. I'm looking at this staff, right? On this staff that you were a part of under Saban, obviously, Mario Cristobal, Lane Kiffin, Dan Lanning, Billy Napier, B. Mitch's boy,
Yep.
Kirby Smart, who's doing, I'd say, okay down at Georgia, Mel
Very
Tucker. I mean, talk about. Can I ask specifically how crazy Lane Kiffin was in 2015 at Tuscaloosa?
No comment on that, but I will say this. I have to pat myself on the back for hitting a home run as far as the timing of going down there to be around that type of staff, because literally you learn something new every day. And just being down there, you didn't realize all of those things would occur. You were hoping
Yeah.
that all, obviously you always want to see guys progress in the business, but I mean, it's crazy, like you said, Mario Cristobal. You still had Taj Lupoy, who's the D coordinator at Oregon right now. Doug Belk, who's probably going to be a head coach. He's the co-DC at USC. I mean, the talent on and off the field as far as the staff was crazy. And I really felt like the only way for me to progress in the business was really go down there and try to help every person on that staff be successful at what they did. And I think as an assistant to an assistant head coach, because I was what you would call an analyst my first year down there.
If you
cool.
can take one thing, all those coaches you were around, one thing, what would probably be the most important thing you took that you carry on with you now?
I'm going to say that every coach that probably have left that Saban tree mimics and mirrors what Nick Saban did, down there.
Mhm.
Even ourselves, like Coach Locks is, he's always talking about that. He has the recipe of the cookie jar, and just from his time down at Bama, we do a lot of similar stuff. But I think each one of them kind of puts their little twist on their staff. But I don't think you don't reinvent the wheel. It's time tested and proven that Coach Saban is literally arguably the best coach to ever coach.
Mhm.
So why would you change that process?
Right.
For sure. For sure. Did you ever hit a little Irish pup named Innisfree in Tuscaloosa? I've been there a few times.
That would be another no comment.
Hey, I can tell you one thing. The man's smart as hell, JP.
Yeah, this is smart.
Hey, JP, you said you was on our side. What's going on, man?
Look, he
Say you a Maryland guy, man. What's going
said
on?
you got audio and video. You not setting him up.
No, I know Innisfree well. Yes.
Yeah, I bet,
And
I
5.
bet.
Did you spend some time down 5?
I've been, up and down that
There you
strip,
go,
man.
man.
There's fun to be had.
That's right.
This is crazy. So you're obviously coaching back at Maryland now. You've been to Boston College. You've been all over. Like, the life of a coach tends to be nomadic, right? I'm looking at some of the names on this Bama team you coached in 15. John Allen, Ryan, just the amount of Redskins ties here. John Allen, Ryan Anderson, they took in the second round. Reuben Foster, who ended up here. You had Sean Dion Hamilton ended up here.
Was
Hale
Deron there?
Henches ended up here. I mean, I can keep going. Deron Payne, obviously. Cam Sims, who ended up here. The amount of future Redskins on the 2015 Crimson Tide is just bananas. Do any of those guys, particularly John and Deron, do you remember them from your time in T-Town?
Oh, definitely. Jonathan, I was at Alabama for 2 years. He was down there both times, and I was familiar with him just because he went to Stonebridge High School.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean he's 300 plus now, but just going into college, I want to say he was probably 240, 245. He wasn't a huge individual. But shout out to Coach Cochran and all of the strength and conditioning staff at Alabama, because they turned him into, obviously he had a lot to do with it, but they turned him into a monster. At Deshaun Hand, I would say he walked in the door. That was one of the few interior D linemen that I see walk in the door and contributed as a freshman. I was in the outside linebacker room with Ryan Anderson, so I had a really good relationship with.
Ryan saying he always had an attitude.
Did he have attitude?
I'm just saying he didn't say he smiled about a lot. That's all I'm saying.
He's a very intense individual.
Yeah.
He's something that you had to build a relationship with to get through, because once he gets to 100, like, good luck trying to bring that thing back down. And shout out to Ryan, because Ryan has came to the camp 2 years, so as well as Sean Dion has been at our camp as well.
Yeah, with Sean Dion Hamilton, I always hated the injuries for him because he exuded that natural leadership of a middle linebacker. Did you see that when you were coaching him, even in his younger days in college?
Without a doubt, no question. Because I'm gonna be as honest as possible with you. Like, it was guys bigger than him, stronger than him, faster than him. Nobody had his drive. Nobody had his leadership ability. Nobody had his determination. He was not a huge recruit, but he maximized, everything about himself. And I am not surprised that he's already a coach, an NFL linebacker coach with the Detroit Lions.
Wow.
So really happy for him. I think he's a great person.
I agree with you. He was great to cover. Ryan Anderson had one of the all-time lines when he was joking, "This ain't the Birmingham Biscuit Bowl." Coach, thank you for the time, man. Thank you for coming in.
Good luck on the camp too, Coach.
Sorry I missed you. Coach's camp is this Saturday, June 29th, from 9 to 2 at the Deanwood Rec Center. It's going to be a ton of NFL players out on that field trying to help the kids. Go see Chase Young. Go see Yannick Ngakoue, Raheem Jarrett. There's a bunch of them. Coach, thank you. We'll have to do it again.
Really appreciate you guys having me.
That was a lot of fun, man.
You, man.
No question.
That is Maryland co-defensive coordinator Azar Abdul Rahim. Nobody go anywhere. We're talking college football when we return. all-time banger. Landfill, your comedic genius is unrivaled.
I mean, Denton requested this. It's
Yeah,
really
it's a
his.
song.
It's Denton's song.
I listen to this on a daily basis. It's my gym song.
You start bench pressing.
work
and
out
just
to
throw
that?
this on.
Yeah, catch
Man,
me running
you
on the
can't work
National
out to
Mall
that, dog.
with that in my ears.
If you, yeah, I wish. I'll push you in no damn water.
Oh man. Day, how we doing, buddy?
I'm good, man. I noticed you're not here. It looks like you're just having a good time at home.
I have to be at Dulles Airport at about 3:00, and
You
that's
going on
much
another
easier.
vacation?
It's not another. It's not another.
It's
Then
another. You just
Then
got
you're
back from
a
one
guest on
last
the
week.
program.
Didn't
Then
say if
you're-
he's on this program and not getting paid, he is a member of the crew. To help
Um,
with that.
Yeah, you might be onto something. No, so the last trip. Listen, Denton, you just got engaged. You're a young man.
JP,
You don't know.
stop
You don't
it.
know this yet.
You can't. You gotta stop trying to make it seem like when you're not at work and you're sitting on the beach. I don't care if you got 15 kids around you. It's a vacation.
That, Brian, the Outer Banks with 7 children under 4 years old is not a vacation. That's a family trip.
See,
That is a trip.
I
That's a trip.
don't care what you
That's
say.
a trip.
If you had 7 kids, yes, but there were other parents there that have those other kids, so you didn't have to worry about all those other kids. You worry about your kid. You were on
Yeah,
vacation.
I don't know. Were
You
some of the
sleep-
parents counting as kids? Some of those parents might count as kids.
No,
Yeah,
everybody's an adult.
Hell, he was the kid.
Listen, the trip I'm going on today is a straight up vacation.
The one he was
so-
on before is straight up vacation because he wasn't here.
Family trip. Then we just had one of the Maryland co-defensive coordinators on. It was an awesome interview, awesome conversation, and his Azar Abdul Rahim, his journey is really cool between Friendship Collegiate to Bama to BC to Maryland. I might be crazy. You are the college sports insider here, right? I'm looking at this Terps football schedule, and you might know the lines. I just know none of these teams are that good. Maryland opens with UConn at home. Then they get Sparty at home. Then they go on the road to UVA, who was awful last year. Then they got Villanova at home. Then they're on the road at Indiana, which is a total rebuild because they just hired the JMU coach. Then Northwestern.
JMU coach says a lot, though, Jay. He gets a
Yeah,
lot of his players.
And in the transfer portal, maybe they all just follow him to Bloomington. I don't know. But then I feel like they could be 6-0 hosting USC for homecoming.
They definitely could. That is a possibility. I mean, they have benefited a lot by the shifting in schedule and that they don't have to play Penn State, Ohio State, and Michigan, and then do it in like 3 out of 4 weeks, right? So, like a lot of the teams that you just mentioned are not going to be good. You know, the JMU coach, I hope he does well at Indiana. He probably won't because nobody seems to do good at Indiana. They had one good year with Michael Penix when it was the COVID year where there was no fans.
Right.
And
they
then
got jobbed in that Penn State game.
They did get jobbed in the Penn State game. And then they got jobbed out of the Big Ten title. So Ohio State could get into the college football playoff. And then they were kind of downhill from there. So if Maryland is anything other than 5-1 by the time they hit that USC game, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble.
See, don't put that pressure, man. I just keep telling you, you got to stop that pressure. JP is a master at putting pressure on people.
I'm like a masseuse.
He wanted to be 6-0.
I want 6-0
let him
with
go
USC
play,
coming
man.
to town.
You know,
6-0 USC coming to town. They'll have the Fox version of game day in town. But you know what is bizarre? I'm looking at this Terps football schedule. Brian, do you know who and where Maryland, the University of Maryland, College Park, Rhode Island Avenue, do you know where they play on November 9th, B?
No.
They have a conference game in Oregon. Maryland
You
at
know what,
Oregon.
Hey, listen, man, the terrain and the landscape has changed in college sports. Now, I have gone to Eugene. I've driven from there at night, not knowing the dangers that lurked right off the edge of that road. And I've driven back the next day when it was sun shining. You don't care about the things that are lurking
The dangers
at
on
that
that
point.
road.
But I can tell you one thing about Oregon, and Maryland better understand. Everybody in Eugene is in shape. Dude, I listen, bro. I saw people riding bikes, jogging, walking, running, doing everything.
They're doing
Then I got
everything.
through the airport. I was like, damn, is there any people here that's not in shape? Everybody was in shape. Well, I tell you, yoga pants galore.
What? Here's my question: were the dangers on the side of the road like a lot of bars you could stop into and get in trouble,
it was
or like
water.
cliffs?
It was cliffs.
You'd be
Look,
falling.
at night, I'm driving, Jay. It's no lights half the way from Eugene to Bandon. It's not lights. So I'm driving, and I'm driving slow, taking cautious and stuff.
Being cautious.
There are roads that are like S turns, all this
Oh
stuff.
yeah, switchbacks.
The next about 4 days later, I'm driving back, and I'm like, what the hell? I didn't notice that was what was lurking while I was driving at night. So I was more terrified driving back that day than I was that night, because I didn't know what the hell was there.
All right, that I get. I once did a New Year's Eve party in San Francisco, and I was kind of just the fifth wheel in this situation. But the guys I was with, we ended up going back to a house where I slept on a couch and other people did not sleep, if you know what I'm saying. But we had to drive there from the city out to what we just thought was some place. We woke up the next morning. We were on a cliff on the side of the ocean. And by the way, we slept in a trailer. It was a hell of a night, man.
Ooh. No.
It was a weird one. Denton, not only can you talk college football with us, you can talk college hoops with us.
I can.
Who is the first college basketball player drafted tonight?
It will be Donovan Clingan. I think it should be one of the Kentucky dudes, either Reed Shepherd or Rob Dillingham. But I look at the order of the draft, which I just kind of found out yesterday. After the Wizards, I didn't care. I couldn't tell you who picked
Who does
third
Clingan go to?
yesterday. I think Clingan will go to Houston at 3, or someone will trade up, because I think Houston's gonna want to move that pick because
trying
they
to get Kevin Durant,
either Durant or somebody. Now, if Durant goes to Houston, that'll be a fun day on radio the next day, because that's like his 5th team. But Clingan's going to be the first one. I really like Reed Shepherd, and I really like Rob Dillingham, though, out of Kentucky. Dillingham he's a guard, and all the teams that are drafting high have a lot of really good guards. So I don't know if he'll fit in well there.
You said something interesting there. Do you care? Durant, I fear, is like not that relevant anymore.
No,
like if he
he's
goes
like,
to Houston, it's not like that they become a title contender.
He's like on the end of Shaq's career when he played for like the Cavs and the Suns and the Celtics, and you're
man.
like,
Kevin Durant
God.
put up numbers everywhere he goes.
He does.
I think he'll score, B, but do you think Houston becomes a title contender?
I don't think
mean,
they
if
become
he
a
can
contender.
score and people worry about him, and some of these other guys that have to be the main guys can become like additional players, they could become a much better team. Hell, it ain't Kevin Durant's fault that Brad Beal came over there and couldn't get on the court. Then he got on the court, he sucked.
I mean, Houston is built way better than what Phoenix is, in the fact that they have an actual point guard, which Phoenix did not. But Kevin Durant, it seems like every year, the decision to leave Golden State looks more and more silly.
Yeah, because he listened to people talking about, man, they considering that Steph team. He could have stayed there and constantly get MVPs, and they win championships.
And get paid a lot of
Hell
money
yeah.
to do so.
He could have stayed in Oklahoma, honestly.
I don't think they were going to win a championship in Oklahoma State.
Some of the things I've heard about Russell Westbrook make sense as to why he left.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Who do you want the Wiz to take? Are you in on Sarr?
I prefer Sarr.
Why?
I've only seen highlights. I'm not sitting here, crunching like the Perth games when he's playing in Australia, waking up
You
at
haven't
3
been
a.m.
grinding Perth tape?
Yeah, I've missed out on my Perth tape. I don't have the subscription necessary. I don't even know where you would find that tape, to be honest. I think he fits what they're trying to do, though. And at this point, you just need talent. Get talent, and then decide moving forward, who do you want to keep, who do you not want to keep. We got a lot of love for Kyle Kuzma, but if somebody in the middle section of that first round says, we'll give you a pick here and maybe 2 more down the road. I mean, Mikal Bridges just went for 4 first-round picks unprotected and another pick swap and another first-round pick that was protected from the Milwaukee Bucks. He damn near got 6 first-round picks. He's a really good player. He's not 6 first-round picks worthy. So if someone comes calling tonight for 3 first-round picks, 1 today, and then one or 2 down the road for Kyle Kuzma, you're taking that deal.
Is Sarr that much better than Clingan?
I think he has a better upside in terms of transitioning to the NBA and being a good shooter. Clingan doesn't have a good jump shot. He's not a consistent
mid-range
jumper, but you gotta
Sarr has to work on that, doesn't he?
He definitely has to work on it for sure.
Clingan can work on it.
But I think with him, you're looking at a guy that's more ready to jump right into the NBA because he's been playing professional for years. Similar to kind of what Luka was doing.
Klingon just dominated in back-to-back titles. Like, that doesn't count anymore?
It definitely counts, but I'm taking Sard, a guy that played professional over Klingon.
Yeah, but the professional over there, is that the professional here?
Well, no, of course he's not playing in the NBA over there.
I'm trying to say though.
But like neither was Luka, and Luka transitioned immediately.
Luka did.
I think you're looking at a guy that played professionally.
But it's a lot of people that play over there that don't transition, which tells me the talent level is not that in which we think it is.
But you can say that for college basketball too.
True.
Because that UConn team was so stacked and so loaded, you'd look at it and say, well, what was his actual role there? How much did you put on his plate? I just look at Sar and I say, this is a guy that I think would fit in well here.
Okay.
Can I change the subject briefly and ask you two something?
What?
I just had to sign up for something in Italian where I gave them my credit card. What are the chances my entire life just got hacked?
Can I ask a follow-up question? Are you going to Italy for this trip?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
But
that's a very
first
big piece
of all,
of
I don't think your life got hacked. I think you knew exactly what you were doing because it probably had, like, normally when you do stuff in another language, it normally lets you know also what you're doing in our language.
English version?
So, there was no English button.
Well, if you don't know what you did and you did it, then I'm going to think you have less brains than I think you have.
I mean, that's a pretty low bar, I'm guessing. So, all right, let's go around the room real quick because I don't know where we all land on this. I feel like you and I are in the same place where I'm quite cool with Sar, but I don't understand why it's not a clinging conversation. Is that where you are?
I think everyone is so hyped to go after the international players because of what we've seen some of them do. Right. But I would love people to go back 15 years ago and look at the amount of international players that were drafted and see how many became something great and how many failed. And I think you'll go back to picking the American guys.
I think B and I are on the same page here.
You guys seem to be on the same page. I like Sar.
I mean, he may end up. He could be a good player, but who's to say Klingon couldn't end up being the same one? Klingon he's a defensive stopper. He has a better offensive game, I think, than Sar does. And I think if he can improve, we always say the upside. If a guy has such a great upside, he's playing in the pros over his league. Why he don't have that stuff going on right now?
Right, but like what you said about the international players, you can make the same thing for college. Like for every Jan Vesely, there's a Hashit Thabit as well. So that's what they have to decide. It's like who do we trust at the upside and will be able to develop, and it relies on coaching. I just look at Sar and I think he if they want to, I don't know what their mental timetable is, but if they want to turn this thing around, I think Sar pairing with Bilal Coulibaly, I think that'd be a really great pairing.
And those, dude. Are we going to get to a point where, like, France is favored to win the Olympics over the U.S.?
Probably not.
Probably not.
I mean, think about...
They're going to get more competitive, though.
Wemby,
that's for sure.
Bilal, Sar, Risache. There's probably a ton of dudes I
love them all, but I'm going to tell you one thing, man. When you get the top pro players, top American professional players against those other teams, those other teams may have 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 may be good.
Right.
They're not going to have all 5 of them. That's going to be great.
Like, I think we'll have a better answer after these Olympics when we have all of the legitimate good players, like the great players, like Steph and LeBron and all these guys playing. Because it felt like the last couple of years in the Olympics, you're getting 15 to 30 in the NBA rather than 10 to 15. You got a lot more 10 to 15 guys this time around.
Well, is it Slovakia has both Joker and Luka?
Slovenia. I think Joker and Luka are from different countries.
Okay. Those two were on the same team.
I don't even understand how the Olympics
Jokic is Serbian.
If those two are on the same team, their games kind of offset each other because both of them need the ball.
Yeah, that's true.
But Embiid
Jokic is Serbian. Doncic is Slovenian.
Embiid is playing for Team USA this year, but I don't know how that works. I don't know how you can move a bunch of different guys around, because the whole thing with Embiid when he came from Kansas was that he was part of that program, and he's a foreign guy. He was one of the guys that they're bringing over here, and now he's all of a sudden playing for Team USA. So I don't really know how that works.
I agree with that. Why is Reed Shepherd? How much do you buy into the Reed Shepherd hype rocket, the Kentucky kid?
He could be really good. He does not look like a basketball player. They lined all those dudes up when they had the NBA draft lottery beat, and I swear I thought he was the intern shadowing the reporter. He looked like just a regular white dude going to church.
He's 6'3".
He did not look 6'3" next to some of these
Yeah,
tall
'cause those
dudes.
guys are 7'1", 7'3".
He looked like just a regular dude that was just there on a Make-A-Wish. I was like, oh my God. And then someone told me, he's like, that's Reed Shepard. I was like,
Make-A-Wish.
he looks so much better on the court than he does in street clothes. He's really good.
When he put on his shorts, he can jump.
But he just had that little button-up collar, no tie, no nothing. It was popped a little bit. It looked like he was going to a first communion.
That's the new style, dog.
I don't even know if it was that.
Linville, I'm thinking about an audible because I think there is some real excitement for the Wiz at number 2 tonight. I want to go around the room. Everybody make their pick at number 2, and I want to open the phone lines up. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Who you taking at number 2 and why? Because I listened to this dude, Gary. Is it Gary Parrish, Denton? Does that sound right?
Yeah, Gary Parrish, yeah.
Gary Parrish was on the Junkies, and he said he would take Reed Shepard number 1 overall, and Denton's calling him an intern. Like, it's kind of exciting when there
man,
is.
what you doing? You're puffing on something.
Dude, when there's no clear-cut guy, and you like Risachet, you like Sarr, you like Klingon, you like Shepard, you like whoever the hell you like, make a case. We're going to do that next right here on B. Mitchell Finley. Thank you, Denton.
See you, boys.
I didn't. satisfaction.
I can't get no.
JP,
What?
we had a conversation going on just now.
Yeah.
It was one of the more interesting conversations I've had in this studio since I've been here.
What was the topic?
It was kinkiness with people
Whoa.
or a person.
Whoa.
And where could it have been? And we started naming places, and
Where
Danny,
could what have been?
the stuff? Danny is a wild dude. No. How Drake Jones said, Danny's a wild boy.
Wild boy. He's a wild boy. That is how Dre always talks. Hold on. Danny the engineer?
No, Danny, not Daniel.
Oh, Danny Rouye.
Yeah.
Danny Houhe.
Hey.
That I believe.
We'll discuss the other particulars in person.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Good for Danny. Get it done, buddy. Hey, man. I'm here to support. We are. I want the people.
I don't think nobody needs support in that situation, JP.
All right. I don't know what happened, but I'm quite curious. All right. So here's what I'm thinking. Let's knock this Jimmy Kempski thing out, because these are usually funny. And we'll make our official picks for tonight in the Heard It Here first segment.
Okay.
So everybody that I feel like people always see this and get real pissed off. Jimmy Kempski is a reporter for the Philly Voice, which
the dude that talk all the negative crap.
Yes, but he does it for everybody, including the Eagles. Like, it's a funny bit that he does.
Yeah.
And
I got a funny bit for him. One finger salute.
I support the Philly Voice because independent newspapers have just like completely evaporated in the modern American mediascape. So Kempski does this for I don't know if it's a whole NFL landfill. I know it's a whole NFC East. So he's already done it for Dallas. He's already done it for New York, and it's Washington's turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. To start this article, let's all take a deep breath. Exhale out. All right. This is supposed to be satire, folks. This is supposed to be funny. To start the article, you know what the picture is of 10 reasons the Commanders will be a dumpster fire this season?
Yeah, they had looked like Dan Quinn shaking Ron Rivera's hand.
It's Dan Quinn in a Falcons hat and Ron Rivera in a Panthers hat shaking hands after a game.
Mm-hmm.
Which is pretty funny. So his first reason why the Commanders will be a failure is that the new coach, he writes, the new head coach kind of feels a little too familiar. Dan Quinn won a Super Bowl as the D coordinator of the Legion of Boom Seahawks and then quickly landed a head coach job with the Falcons. His tenure in Atlanta started out well enough, but it unraveled over his final 3 seasons, and he was fired after an 0-5 start in 2020. Last 3 seasons went 7-9, 7-9, 0-5, fired. Pretty similar to Ron. They got to a Super Bowl, then things fell apart. I get it. Number 2. I don't know if I agree with this one. Number 2, he says, the one thing that opposing teams had to worry about is no longer a worry.
I think the people in town were saying that teams worried, but I don't think teams were worried about it.
I think Sweat and Payne were a pretty tough combination. But basically he's saying that Chase Young and Montez Sweat are gone, and whether it was real or perception, teams were worried about those 2 guys on the edges, and now they don't have to be.
I think when they first got drafted, yes. Once they started to play, no.
Do you think – I think the injuries wrecked Chase.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of showing in free agency and everything else. Do you think they'll be better on the edges this year?
I can't say that for certain, but I'll say this. If someone comes in and utilizes the talents of the guys they have instead of just putting them in a scheme and letting them just rush, they can.
Yeah, I think Dorrance Armstrong could play. I think they might have found something there. And I think the way Dan Quinn moves guys around, I think Luvu, hell, maybe even Jamin, Clellan Ferrell, I think is more of a run stopper for you, but he's a high energy guy. I'm curious, man. I'm curious, but I think Armstrong helps you. This B. Mitch, number 3 on why the Commanders will be so bad is the pass defense was atrocious in 2023. That is completely accurate. I'm not denying that last year they were god-awful. They were dead last in passing yards allowed per game.
Mm-hmm.
They were 30th in yards allowed per attempt. So passing yards allowed per attempt is the ability for quarterbacks to either go deep or pick up big plays. They allowed 7.7 yards per attempt, Brian.
Mm-hmm. That's not good.
They allowed 39 passing touchdowns last year. Do you know where that landed them in the NFL?
Probably last.
Dead last.
Mm-hmm.
They gave up 12 pass plays of 40-plus yards. I feel like I can think of 5 of them from DJ Moore in that Bears game. That was 29th in the league. The opposing passer rating from the Washington defense last year was 105.7. That's like shooting a radio station, as you like to say. That's damn near 106.7.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think that ranks in the NFL?
Probably last.
Dead last. I think I'm not saying anything crazy here, top 10 or anything like that. I think this is the area I believe will improve the fastest, and a lot of that is going to be attributable to coaching. Do you agree with me on that, B?
I think so. I agree.
You're hoping you get a lot more out of some of these players.
Yeah.
But I do think coaching can help with that in a way that wasn't there. Like just on a simple, let's not leave Emmanuel Forbes, a rookie in what week was it? We were in Philly, week 3, maybe week 5. Don't put Forbes, who listen, size is an issue. He's an undersized corner.
Size matters.
Don't put him on arguably the most physical receiver in the NFL in A.J. Brown.
Yeah, by himself.
Yeah, and then when it's obvious that Brown is dominating, don't continue to do it. But honestly, dude, they've got to figure out if they can get more out of Forbes or just not play him. And that's on the staff. Because I don't even want to go through this, but the numbers against Forbes, he got torched. Maybe he'll be a lot better. Maybe a lot can be different for this kid. You figure out how to take advantage of what he is good at, which is quick eyes, length, nose for the ball. Something's got to give there. Can I run through some of these numbers from last year, B?
Go ahead.
Steph Diggs, 8 catches, 111 yards. A.J. Brown, 9 catches, 175, 2 tutties. DJ freaking Moore, he a terp. 8 catches, 230 yards, 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Drake London, who was catching passes from Desmond Ridder. It's really hard to have a good game when Desmond Ridder is the quarterback. Drake London went 9 catches for $125. Brian, Darren Waller just retired. He's more interested in YouTube videos than playing football. Darren Waller last year went for 7 for 98 with a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Another matchup against A.J. Brown. 8 for $130, 2 touchdowns. Against the Seahawks, I can tell you the good news if you want. They held DK Metcalf under 100 yards.
But he had how many catches for how many?
9 catches for 98 yards.
Yeah.
And Tyler Lockett had 8 for 92 and a touchdown.
Yeah, not good.
Do you remember Tyreek Hill? Do you remember when Tyreek Hill came to town?
He was just running away from everybody.
First play of the game, he knew. Listen, a lot of things.
I think everybody in the stadium knew they were going deep.
A lot of things went sideways last season, but when Tyreek Hill comes to town, how do you not specifically plan for that?
You start backpedaling as soon as you get in the stadium.
Just leave somebody at the goal line. Leave one safety at the goal line.
And that probably wouldn't have worked.
Cooper Kupp went 8 for $111 with 2 touchdowns. Brandon Ayuk, a name that's popular, 7 for $114 and a touchdown. CeeDee Lamb, I think that was the finale, had 13 catches for 98 yards and 2 touchdowns. I think that's going to be better. I don't know what they've got in Forbes. They plan on leaning on Chin. Well, the one kind of criticism you heard from Carolina is he's really good in run support. Don't know what he gives you as a safety, but maybe if it's this combination of Quan Martin and Chin, and then you've got another third safety on the field. I don't know. We'll find out. I can keep going. This is fairly depressing.
Don't keep going then. I don't like being depressed.
Landfill, what do you make of all the reasons why Washington's still going to stink?
I mean, I feel like Kemsky's just a hater.
Now, he does this for everybody. Cowboys, Giants, and Eagles.
Hater.
All right, file one under
He does
hater.
he does it for the Eagles just to make sure people don't just completely dismiss him.
Yeah. Jeff, what do you make of old Jimmy Kimsky's 10 reasons the Commanders will stink?
Honestly, JP, anybody that have anything negative to say about our organization right now, after all the positive moves that we have been making and the trends in the direction that we have been going, they are haters. I'm not saying we're going to be good. I'm not saying we're going to suck. We have to wait and see.
He did start the article by pointing out a lot of the positives that have happened, for what it's worth.
A lot of people say respectfully, I'm saying this to you respectfully, and then try to carry you in the worst way.
Yeah.
So when
they start off with that, that's when they really trying to just drag you in the dirt.
Hater.
Respectfully, when somebody leads a sentence with respectfully, that is just a real nice way of saying bleep you.
Yeah.
that is the
so
truth.
I would just tell Kimsky, pucker up.
Play that play Denton Day's song for Kemsky. That might be the move. All right. That was not fun. You know what is fun?
What is?
I think this is cool as hell. So the kid from Bullis, the young man Quincy Wilson, made it to the Olympic quarterfinal, the qualifiers rather, the finals. And he didn't get through, but he's only 16 years old.
No, but he could be on the relay team though.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. When is that, tonight?
No, he could be on the relay team in the Olympics because he finished 6th.
Okay, so he's going.
It's possible.
Okay.
That's what they were saying.
Okay, awesome. It's just such a cool story, and he's from here, and we're rooting for him like crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Quincy Wilson from Bullis. Actually, my buddy Jason Epstein, his son
still got milk on his breath, man. Similac. And he's running that fast.
Well, my buddy's 2 sons go to Bullis, and Epstein knows the kid Quincy and says he couldn't be nicer. He's just like the nicest.
I'm sure they're losing their mind, man.
Great kid. Yeah, that's got to be so cool. But Magic Johnson's Twitter is very famous these days. Magic tweeted out, "I would love to invite at Quincy Wilson 5 and his family to sit in the suite with me and watch the Commanders play this season," which is cool. It's cool of Magic.
And I will take him up on that.
Well, dude, I think it's cool of Magic to note a young man that may or may not even go to the Olympics, but notice him, and then to notice where he's from and that he comes here for, 9 home games this fall.
Mm-hmm.
Quincy Wilson didn't take long. He responded, "I would love to. #DMV.
Accept it."
Yeah, that's a cool story. I like that. That is a cool story. When we come back, we're making some picks. Don't go anywhere.
Good afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. It is Wednesday, June 26th, 2024, and we are taking you all the way up to about 3:35 or so today ahead of Nationals baseball. They have a matinee game with the San Diego Padres, which means a short show for us. Hour and a half. We will make it count. We will hopefully keep you entertained and up to speed on everything going on in DC sports and the sports landscape nationally over these next 90 minutes on Grant and Danny on a warm June day in the nation's capital. Hello, Daniel.
What's up, buddy? We're reminded all the time that you and I are men kind of in name only. Like we fit enough criteria, like we're over a certain age. And, I guess like you have to file us under men. I'm not a real man. I saw some real men today. Adam's Tree Service came to my residence to do a bunch of tree work stuff that had to happen. We had to get rid of one tree that I actually really like, which is a bummer. The other stuff, just like, a lot of trimming and things removed, whatever.
How much can you like a tree?
This was the
Do you
second.
like that it provides shade?
This
Do you
was
like
the
how it
second.
looks?
This was the second prong of what I was going to bring up. It sounds like you don't have this feeling at all. We've only been in our place for 2 years, a little over 2 years now.
Have you been there for 2 years
Yeah.
already?
Yeah.
That is
Just over a couple years. I love that tree. I like looking at it. It's beautiful. I know all it wants to do is provide me shade, comfort, clean air. It's a gorgeous tree.
You're doing a bit, I think.
I am not at all.
Okay, then I don't have that.
You don't have whatever this is. I was going to ask if you had this. You clearly don't.
Zero.
I got weirdly emotional about this tree being cut
Come
down.
on. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like, no joke. It's like a little bit sad. I love it. It's like one of the things that, like, when we first got to the house and we're looking at it, I loved that tree kind of right there in the middle. It's gorgeous. And it's gone now. I mean, these guys are so incredible. They're so skilled. They're so amazing. And like, they're just doing it. They're going to work. And, they're shake my hand. Nice. Hey, we'll get started, sir. Can you, anything you want out of the way, get out of the way, because we're coming through with, all sorts of grown equipment and chainsaws. And I'm going to go up in this cherry picker, 114 feet, start sawing stuff off the top. One guy was telling me who got up in the cherry picker to cut down this tree that I really like. He's like, a couple things. He's using the saw, just sort of leaning out and just cutting off some of the branches before they can, just chop it and eventually bring it down. He told me the biggest spider he had ever seen in our area came out of that tree. Imagine that. You're up 100 feet. You're using a saw. It's incredibly dangerous stuff. And then some spider the size of your hand jumps out. And, that would obviously frighten you on multi-facets. But the biggest one is maybe that, shocks me, or maybe I'd take a step back and fall, whatever. But just such a pro. Doesn't matter. Doesn't bother him. He flicked it off with the chainsaw somehow. Not killing it, but just knocking it around so that he could just keep going back to sawing 100 feet in the air. Amazing skill. Just incredible to watch.
Yeah, we had people in the neighborhood, neighbors across the way got their trees handled a few months back. And within 15 or 20 minutes of them starting their work, we were all gathered around my family in a window just watching, because it is stunning the way, first of all, they use basically, like, for lack of a better term, a rope to just climb up the tree. They just hop up the tree really fast, like they're Spider-Man, scaling a tree basically. And then they're just so comfortable, so high up.
It's the comfort.
In such dangerous, peculiar angles, of leaning and cutting, and they just make it look so seamless. I think the danger in it is why I was so amazed or impressed by the job, because I find the same feeling when I watch people cleaning windows really high
on the
up,
outside. Yeah.
where they're just scaling a wall and they're on a bungee cord and they're rappelling and hopping off. But it's not as if they're your buddy who goes to the St. James to rock climb. They're doing that skill, but then they're also washing windows in a manner that is effective and good. I probably wouldn't do a great job. I'd leave some streaks.
Yeah.
So, but those jobs jump out at me as super impressive. But it is amazing. You could just sit there and watch. When you find out somebody does that, I go up really high and I cut trees and shape limbs and whatever else it is they're doing. That's amazing. The other one is I've got a good buddy in my neighborhood whose brother-in-law is, I don't know the word for this. You might. He works really deep in the water, like welding and burning metal and stuff.
Oh, whoa.
It's a crazy gig.
Like deep sea welding.
Essentially, yeah. So I would imagine, I don't know that he worked on the bridge that came down in Maryland or how deep that water is there, but let's just say it's 60 feet right there. Like they've got to go down and burn so that this metal can be pulled apart and whatever. And there's an actual profession. This guy does it. He does it out in the bay where it's 100 some feet down, a couple hundred feet down. And it's like scuba diving has to be done where you have to, when you come up, you have to sit in this room for X amount of minutes. But it's a crazy gig. And he spends hours and hours underneath the water, like 10, 12 hours at a time, something like that.
Right.
Like doing this. And then he has to spend X amount of time recovering in this dark room or whatever. It's a crazy job. And I remember hearing some of the details about it one night and just my jaw was on the floor.
Right.
I'm like, and
so many questions.
I go in and open up my laptop and yell if wireless isn't working.
I know. Like I have to take my probiotic before I drink coffee or my stomach hurts. You know what I mean? Like, man, I stayed with a guy when I was doing stand-up on a tour in Canada, in Western Canada. He worked on an oil rig. And so when I was hanging out with him over the course of our tour, he was on a 6-month break. And I was like, not trying to be disrespectful, but I was like, I don't know anything. Why do you get half a year off? And he looked at me like I was a crazy person. And then he sort of started to explain the stuff that he does on this deep sea oil rig, like off the coast of blah, 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 near the blah, blah, blah. And he's like, it's one of the 3 or 4 most dangerous things that you can do. Any kind of fire breaks out and there's no Superman there and from Man of Steel to save you and get the helicopter out. It's so beyond dangerous that a human being can't take that level of stress for that long. They figured this out even decades ago, right? So like we got to have guys get 6 months leave in order to like gear up to come back again and do this kind of thing.
Think about being underwater with your like blowtorch that somehow works down there.
Yeah, explain that to me, by the way. Go.
I can't.
Your underwater blowtorch works how?
And you're taking this tiny little enclosed elevator thing down and up, and what a show.
Yeah.
There are gigs out there that people with skills, these real human beings, do that are real work, and thank God for them.
That's right.
We need them. We want them on that wall. We have to have them
without question
on that wall. Last night was so damned fun. What an enjoyable theatrical baseball game last night was. Don't care if you're a Nats fan or a baseball fan. We'll regale you with a tale. This is sports at its best. You go back one day earlier to game 1 of a series between the Nats and the Padres. And Danny, the backdrop on this series is the Nats a couple times over historically, but recently got one over on San Diego, it looks like, where they had this killer trade for Juan Soto. They get this unbelievable return. So there's a little bit of animus already between Padres fans talking about the Nats and Nats fans as they come in. And then meanwhile, a couple of your best players in Abrams and Gore are playing revenge games against San Diego. So there's your backdrop. You add to that these two teams were basically dead even in the wild card hunt in the National League, and it makes it a little more compelling theater. And then in the first game of this series, after a walk-off hit, one of the Padres players, Jurickson Profar, went over all of the lines that are currently drawn, and we've redrawn them. I think correctly. You would say incorrectly. We disagree on this, but we have redrawn the lines on how you can celebrate, what's accepted, what isn't. But even by the new standards, which I'm fine with and you don't love, he still like sprinted past them while he basically was like army crawling around and pointing at the dugout and flexing in front of the Nats bench essentially after he won the game. And so they were not happy about that going into yesterday. We suggested there could be fireworks. And immediately in the first inning, 5 pitches into the game, he comes to the plate. Nats catcher Keibert Ruiz takes matters into his own hands. Didn't want to wait for his pitcher to potentially throw at Jurickson Profar and maybe get ejected and suspended or maybe injure the guy. He just went out in front of home plate and kind of barked a signal or two to his infield, took his mask off, came back to home plate, and immediately started pointing his finger at and talking to Profar. And to Profar's credit, he took it for, the first 10 seconds. And then Keibert kind of put his finger on his chest and then on his shoulder and kept talking. And then Profar got a little more annoyed, Manny Machado came running in from the on-deck circle.
The calming influence of Manny Machado.
One of the hottest heads in
to help
baseball.
things out, yeah.
Right? And both benches cleared. I got to say, I loved it. I hate throwing at players.
Agreed.
I think it's nonsense. It is absolute BS to throw at a player. You can injure them. A 97-mile-an-hour fastball, which is what Gore throws, is a weapon. You could break Profar's, wrist, bone, hand if it comes up and in. You get him right on the bat or something with his finger. This is a guy who finally is making good on being a top prospect. 11th year in the big leagues, having a career year, headed to the All-Star game. I don't believe in throwing at guys. But there does need to be something done when you get punked and when a team's acting like they could do whatever they want and you're just going to take it, so that you can kind of answer the bell. And I thought Ruiz doing what he did was actually the perfect response.
We agree there. I can't stand what's from a time that's long gone. These injury potentialed responses, going in high to second base to take a guy's leg out or a roll block or something old school. That's an ACL. That's a career, right? Going to the outside of somebody's leg, that could be a broken leg on a catcher or something like that. I am not a believer in that. By the same token, throwing at people. When this was invented, guys were throwing 84, right? Where it's like, I didn't like the way you strolled around first base there on your home run trot, and they'll bean you in the ribs, and you go down to first base, and that's fine. You rub some dirt on it. Everyone throws 100 now. It's a weapon. And enough accidental hit by pitches happen where you're trying to pitch inside to make sure that, guys don't dive out over the plate and be able to use the whole field against you. That's terrifying to me. I am not a fan of that. That is an escalation because you're hurt. Your feelings were hurt. Even if someone's acting classless and like a punk like Profar was, I still don't necessarily need his career to be altered.
Right.
By maybe a broken wrist or something, a handmade bone that breaks.
I don't care who the
I'm not
player
into
is,
it.
who the teams are. I'm just completely out on beanball. Hitting people on purpose should result in a major, major punishment. I think suspensions need to be longer. I think it needs to be ridded from the game. It is from a bygone era. It is an antiquated way of handling your business. To your point, when everyone was throwing 82 and 83 miles an hour, and some guys would throw mid 90s, but you would hit a guy right in the ribs or whatever. Now everyone's throwing 100, and it just, someone's going to get hurt.
Yeah,
you could die, as you said. It could change a career, and there's no reason for it. It's silly, but it doesn't mean you just get to do whatever you want. We still got to police the game. So how do we do that? I thought this was good. Keibert Ruiz, didn't think it would be him. Glad that it was. Most proud of him I've been all season in what has been somewhere between a down and a absolutely disastrous season at any given moment for him. He was the guy to do it, which I thought was great. This is how it sounded on Masson last night as the bench is cleared in San Diego as soon as Profar came to the plate.
Sometimes boring is good. Keibert Ruiz and Jurickson Profar having words. And here come the benches. And the on-deck hitter, Manny Machado, got in the middle of it. So this happens tonight before a pitch is thrown to Profar after his histrionics last night at the end of the game. Keibert's fired up. Let's go, boys. Now the bullpen's coming in. Just fight out there. Why waste your time? Guys coming in from the cage. Got to get late hitting in.
That's Bob Carpenter and Kevin Franzen on the call on Masson last night. This was Davey Martinez post-game giving his thoughts on the first inning benches clearing conversation.
That was, that's all it really took, but it was not, for me, it was a good way to send a message like, hey, great, you hit the ball, you won the game, but we're not going to tolerate that. So.
Sometimes you get humbled. And soon thereafter, the Nats would get humbled. Mackenzie Gore standing around for 4 minutes, waiting to throw a pitch, ends up hitting Jurickson Profar with the next pitch. Sounds awful. He probably should have been ejected. I mean, most of the time he would have been, because both benches got warned before his pitch.
Right.
And then he hits Profar. So when you hear that, you go, well, that's got to be an ejection. Except that if you were actually watching, he almost certainly didn't mean to hit him. It got like the front of his cleat, like his toe, with a fastball. I thought it was a slidery overcook because it kind of kept coming in and in. But he barely hits him on the foot. I would almost be willing to guarantee it was not purposeful. But it doesn't even matter.
Right.
Most of the time after the warnings, the next pitch,
You've been warned.
The guy you're mad at, that everyone's trying to get at, you hit him, you're done. I thought it was a really good decision. I'm not just saying this as a Nats fan, that the umpires actually, rather than throwing a starter out in the first inning and kind of the rest of the night is now a different game, used some common sense and said, look, we did warn you. We don't want anyone purposefully hitting anyone in this game. We don't think that's what happened. So they let him stay in the game. But because of that, Mike Schilt, the manager of the Padres, came out and got ejected. He was absolutely apoplectic that they did not eject Mackenzie Gore after they'd warned him. And then the first pitch hit Profar. This was Charlie and Dave right here on the Fan last night.
So Machado stands in, inning at 260. Slow start for him. 13 doubles, 7 homers, 38 runs batted in. Well, both pitchers are at a disadvantage now because if an umpire construes anything inside as intentional, they're going to get thrown out of the game.
Absolutely.
So nobody likes that part of it, but the umpires obviously felt, well, that's the way we can try and control things here. So Profar stands in, batting right-handed. And Gore with his first pitch inside and hit him in the foot. Well, here we go. Are they going to throw Gore out of the game? Mike Schultz right out of the dugout.
He hit him in the foot.
I mean, that's not, and they thrown him out of the game, or have they thrown Schilt out of the game?
Schilt is out of the game.
Mike Schilt, who was screaming for Gore to be thrown out, has been ejected by.
If Gore gets thrown out, then Davey goes with him. That's
Right.
the rule. Manager gets thrown out with the pitcher who gets ejected. Davey and Schilt were nose to nose screaming at each other right before that when the benches had cleared. And then Schilt got mad that Gore didn't get thrown out, came out of the dugout and was irate. And then he had to go, and Davey got to sit there and watch the rest of the game.
Yeah, Schilt got run. So I actually thought Schilt had a case. I mean, now I'm actually with you. I think both things can be true. Good on the umpires for using some common sense. I saw some lip reading before the second inning, I believe. So Machado goes out there and he's talking to the crew, and it seemed all very calm, by the way. They're talking to each other in a conversation, and I could see the one up goes, I don't believe he hit him on purpose. Do you think he did? And you couldn't see what Machado was saying, but that's the kind of the center point here, right? That's the nature of the warning. I will say this, though, the precedent that we've been under with Major League Baseball, and immediately after a warning happens, guys have been thrown out for throwing changeups or curveballs that get overcooked or sliders or split fingers or something like that. Guys get thrown out. I mean, the point of the warning is to say, do not do it. It was done. I don't think it was on purpose at all, but that was, so I get it. I get where Schilt's coming from.
I totally understand. I thought Schilt, after the initial benches clearing situation where Ruiz was talking to Profar, was being way over the top and doing a tough guy routine, protecting his team in air quotes. Whereas you got to just wear that in the same way as the night went on, the Nats had to just wear being humbled a little bit as Machado would homer on the next pitch in the first inning, make it 2-0. And then Profar would hit a grand slam. It's sports. Like you got beat, you got punched in the face.
There's always a bigger bear. It's going to happen.
They pulled your pants down in front of anyone. You just kind of got to look around and go, whoopsie daisy.
I don't have any pants on, everybody.
Here I am. That's humbling. That's tough, right? You got to deal. In the same way, when your player acts like the fool that Jerks and Profar acted like at the end of the game the night before, you can't get so angry when Keibert Ruiz, they didn't hit him. If they hit him, you could get really angry. Keibert Ruiz basically said, hey, buddy, we didn't like that very much. So you let him say it. The benches can clear. That's fine. But as a manager, relax. Save the sanctimonious over the top screaming at Davey for when the team actually does something wrong. But as I mentioned, Gore has to stand around again. He starts to get into a shouting match with Schilt. Gore runs about as hot as anybody in baseball. In fact, I'd put him and Machado on the podium. I don't know who joins them, but they are both in the red all the time. Like, I would not want to have to give them bad news.
Yeah, the Tommy Pham Award goes too.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm thinking this as I'm watching. I'm like, oh my God.
Oh no.
Mackenzie, please calm down. Find a way. This guy's not just going to lock it back in and just locate his next pitch. First pitch after another respite. The second pitch he's thrown now probably in 9 minutes. He misses in the middle of the plate, and Manny Machado hit a 2-run bomb.
Tanks it.
And boy, was I furious.
So Machado stands in, inning at 260. Slow start for him. 13 doubles, 7 homers, 38 runs batted in. First pitch swung on, hit high in the air to left field. Winker going back, way back, going, and gone. Goodbye.
That was Charlie has heard here on the Fan. How about the Padres call with Orsillo going nuts?
Sure, it was very subdued and reasonable.
Oh, man, was he having a field day. You don't have to like what happened. I certainly didn't. This is a hell of a call, though. It is a hell of a call.
1 out, 1 on. And Manny Machado will see if they can make a pay. High
drive, deep left field. Winker back at the wall. Take that, says Manny Machado. Profar's fired up, and he should be. They hit him intentionally, and then Manny hits one out of the yard intentionally. And the Padres take it 2-0
So I don't think they hit him
I think I disagree with Storsillo. I do.
But that's a good call.
That's a good call.
Sometimes you're the bug, sometimes you're the windshield, right?
Yeah.
This was Bob Carpenter on Masson as Manny Machado hit a home run that made me more angry than any home run. We won't play Bob.
I think Carpenter goes, "Oh crap."
Carpenter, I'll tell you what Bob said. Whoops.
Oh, geez.
But yeah, so you're down 2-0. Now the Nats, as they always do, they battle right back into it. And Jesse Winker, who once tried to take on an entire dugout when he fought all of the Angels when he was with the Mariners, dude's a dog. He hits the big 2-run home run, and then the Masson mics pick him up saying, like, leave that bleep out there. We're here to win a series. He's trying to motivate his boys. The theater was unbelievable last night.
Mazur's delivery. Swinging a high fly ball, right field and deep. Back on this one, Johnson to the warning track at the wall, and there it goes. Jesse Winker takes his time stepping on first base and will circle them all with a 2-run shot. And the crowd will react to that as Winker makes it 4-2 Nationals with his 9th home run of the season.
Sports, bro. Now, in the end, Jurickson Profar would hit a grand slam, and the Nats would get worked over a little bit.
Yeah.
That was the good stuff last night. Didn't feel like it in real time. I was angry. I lost my voice at one point during the game, true story. I had to go to Instagram Live to just yell at people for a while. But eventually, when you can look back today, you go, this is why we do it. I could have just watched a normal June baseball game last night. I didn't. We
got some theater, didn't we?
That was better than Your Honor. That was better than Acolyte, whatever
the Acolyte. Best episode of the season last night.
I'm so sure.
Tell you what it was.
It was better than anything on television last night. My guys and the San Diego Padres being unhappy. We might have a rivalry brewing here, Danny.
There's a rivalry here.
I also liked my rebuttal to some Padres fans because they're all sending me these like Jurickson Profar memes, and I congratulated them on being a couple games over 500. So good for you. Nats are actively trying not to win, like 3 off seasons in a row, middle of a rebuild. They're even with you in the standings, trying their best to position themselves for the future. Your GM's just trading whoever he can for stars constantly. You're a couple games over 500. Relax just a little bit.
Settle on down. And they're without Fernando Tatis Jr. for probably 6-7 weeks. That's a big blow to them.
That will be a blow. Has not been an issue in this series.
No, it hasn't. They've been
They
very
have
comfortable.
Won both games. Nats looking to avoid a sweep tonight. Today is the NBA draft. Let's get into the Wizards picking second next on Grant and Danny. We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. We're with you for another hour until pregame of baseball today on The Fan. But the NBA draft is tonight. Picks 1 through 58 over the next 2 days. That's right, a 2-day event. First round this evening through pick 30 in Boston. And then the second round tips off with Toronto, a pick from Detroit via New York and the LA Clippers. That's how NBA draft picks go. Just a list. The 34th pick was my favorite. Portland's picking from Charlotte via Denver through Oklahoma City, starting with New Orleans.
It's like George Clooney up in the air for that
Ready,
pick.
break.
Yeah.
Also, trades in the NBA. There was a big trade last night. The terms on NBA trades, I really believe you have to take a course to know what they're talking about. And I have no problem admitting that I get so lost. There are just these terms and these protections.
It's a top 14 protected pick swap, conditional, blah, blah, blah. Oh, it's so much.
I don't think this is overstated. It's not that tangible to the average fan anymore. It's too complicated. I think that will, if it hasn't already, it hurts the league a little bit. In other sports, you just know your player gets signed or they get traded, or here's the salary cap and here's what they count against it. There's just so much more weirdness to the NBA moves that get made. Well, it is confusing.
And even beyond that, for so many years, I can't remember if they changed this or not. I'm embarrassed to say. But at one point, it was like, let's say you get picked by the Houston Rockets, but everybody already knows that you've been traded to the Charlotte Hornets, but you're wearing the Rockets hat.
Oh, that's
and you got to, and then they're like, how excited you be drafted by a team, and you can't really specify or say because of the way it's been consummated. These things are so stupid. There's got to be a better way.
Not yet.
Not yet, I guess.
We haven't found one.
Yeah.
The big deal last night that I referenced, the Brooklyn Nets overhaul is ongoing. They traded their best player, Mikal Bridges, to the Knicks, according to ESPN breaking the story. In the deal with the Houston Rockets to return the franchise's first-round picks lost in the James Harden deal. So apparently the Rockets want Kevin Durant, but they can't get him yet, and they're like waiting this out, and they think that Durant could be moved to Houston sometime in season. How did we get here? They just built their big four in Phoenix. Now they're going to blow that up? That's the expectation?
Potentially. Yeah, because the formula wasn't particularly good. It didn't really work, which a lot of people could see coming from a mile away.
The Nets now have 16 first-round picks available through 2031. Seems like a lot.
That feels like a lot to me.
That is 7 years and 16 first-round picks, 4 selections in the 2025 NBA draft. I think they're positioning themselves for Cooper Flagg.
Well, smartly. I mean, they're doing what you should do.
Kid?
Yeah.
Cooper Flagg is apparently the best American draft prospect since Zion. And like Zion, he's going, to your point, to Duke.
Mm-hmm.
But next year, the Wizards.
Here we go.
This thing on. This would be a good one to get the number 1 pick for.
Let's try to get that number 1 pick then.
We can figure that out somehow. Now, Alex Sarr, cool. That's neat too.
I'm in.
That's I'm in on a nice appetizer. The entrees next year. That's the one you got to get. But apparently that whole draft's going to be loaded at the top of the board. It's kind of how it works. Down year this year, a little juicier next year. But the Wizards have the number 2 overall pick tonight. So I tweeted this out at Grant H. Paulson today. Did a little poll. I'm not one to normally do polls.
This is unusual for you.
But I
Stepping
went out
outside the comfort zone, yeah.
I did something I've never done before. I did a Twitter poll. And I asked Wizards fans how excited they are about the draft tonight. The options were, cannot wait, I'm giddy. Excited, don't really care that much. And then not at all, couldn't care, just don't care even a little bit. Only 10% of people said that they can't wait. They're super excited. About 30% said they're excited. So right around 4 out of every 10 Wizards fans feel good about tonight.
Are in some way.
But that means 60% are not excited at all or don't care, including the number 1 response, don't care, 40%. And then not at all is about 20%. It's draft day.
Yeah.
They have the number 2 pick. If today's not an exciting day that can move the needle and create some energy and attract a little buzz for the Wizards, then that day doesn't exist. This would scare me if I'm Ted Leonsis and company, that this thing is irreparably broken until you're making a run again, and God knows when that's going to be.
And how do you do that, right? And I guess what I mean by that is, now maybe a slight corner has been turned with Alex Sarr not maybe trying to engineer coming to Washington because he prefers this destination, etc. But what you need to be in the NBA is one of the cool kids, and you need to have assets to be able to strike while the iron's hot. When Paul George is up and maybe is going to get traded, you need to have the picks. You need to have the young assets to be able to go make that play for the star. I'm just naming one example. And they've never been that city. They've never been that organization. They've always been, we'll force somebody to come here via trade. We can't attract a free agent, etc. And that's why they haven't won 50 games in my lifetime. That's, by the way, an amazing stat. Everybody else has so casually. Everyone does it except for us. So without kind of that fan interest, without kind of that buzz, I don't think they realized what was happening over so many different years of mediocrity or worse. This water treading that they were doing just to, sneak into the postseason and lose in the first round of the play-in tournament or whatever else. This fan base has not experienced real success. A flare-up when John Wall took years off his career, busting his ass at both ends for them to lose in to Boston in 7 games. That's the best it's been in a long time. There were novelty acts. There were fun things with the big three, who they honored, by the way. That I think the group won 43 or 44 games one time. There was, you go back to the then Bullets' first couple iterations of the Wizards, where Michael Jordan was here, but before that, it was the group that challenged the Bulls a little bit on their way to a title, and it was kind of they were thought to be on deck. That got broken up very quickly. There's been very little to root for a long time, and we've seen this happen with the football team, where if you don't ever reward people's faith, you don't ever reward people's allegiance and dollars and attention, you lose them.
Well, you just need deposits. Remind us why we care. Remind us why it's fun. It's like a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
If you stop being the guy she married and that guy never comes out, because you're tired, you come home from work, you plop down, you watch your thing, and that just you can major in that. You better minor in this is the guy that I love.
Mm-hmm.
When that goes away, what's she have, right? And as a Wizards fan, I kind of think that way, where how often do I get deposits at this point to refill my bank, right?
Yep.
How often am I watching a game going, thank God I'm watching this? Last night as a Nats fan, I got a deposit. Now, they lost the game ultimately, but that was entertaining. This season largely has been a deposit. Every time I check a AAA box score with James Wood, it's a deposit. There's not enough of those. It's withdrawal after withdrawal, and my account's been on empty for a long time. But we want to know how you guys feel about tonight. Do you find yourself super excited because they have the number 2 pick? Do you, because it's a down year and you're not particularly up on the prospects, they're unlikely to draft someone who played here in the States that you watched in college? Do you find yourself not caring as much? What is your level of intrigue for this evening? This should be the day. We don't talk about the Wizards for good reason, I would say, on this show very often. There's very rarely anything to talk about. Today should be the day, wall to wall, where everyone is very excited. I don't know if that's out there. 800-636-1067. Maybe it's just how far away they are. How many Alex Sars they need.
Yeah.
Oh, the project that's coming in here that might be good in a couple of years. That's cool. We need 7 more of those guys. And maybe it's just hard to talk yourself into that. Grant and Danny on the Fan. G&D welcoming you back on the Fan. Thank you for making this show part of your day. We'll be here for just 90 minutes this afternoon. We're back with a full, juicy recap of the NBA draft and what the Wizards did tomorrow. But speaking of that draft and the number 2 pick, what's your level of excitement? That's what we want to know. Wizards fans, 800-636-1067. We'd like to hear from you. It is your day. How you feeling about picking second and the possibility of 7'1" Alex Sarr with the big 7'5" wingspan, who could be a tremendous defender right away and a potential elite defender down the road? Shane's in Virginia. Hey, Shane.
Hey, Commander Danny Grant, how y'all doing today?
Good, buddy.
Hey, how about them Volunteers? Woo! Hey, first of all, I'm very excited, as you can tell. We got the number 2 pick in the draft. It's going to be an exciting night. You got to get it right. You don't go out there and get, I like to get the kid out of Kentucky. I mean, not Kentucky, Connecticut, truly. We need a big 7'2" rim protector. But you know what?
Donovan Clingan you're talking about. Yeah, he's a big boy.
Good player.
So, yeah, I'm very excited. So, could be the pick for the next, 5 years. But you never know in the NBA. Like we just saw the trades today. I can't even keep up no more. I mean, it's ridiculous how NBA is today. But you know what? It was a great find. The NBA is, I'm not a big fan like I used to be, but I'll pull for the Wizards. I love this area. So you go Wizards. Don't mess it up tonight. That's all you got to do.
The whole DC sports scene feels different and is better when the Wizards are good. And I think people forget because it's been so long.
Yeah.
I go back to really the only time I've seen it was the Gilbert Arenas Hibachi era, when he was Agent Zero and the town was kind of lit ablaze by what was the quote unquote big 3 at that time. So that was Arenas, Jameson, and would it have been Caron Butler?
Yeah, so Larry Hughes first, then Caron Butler. Yeah.
And I was a huge Larry Hughes guy too, from St. Louis. I think he was a St. Louis Billiken.
That is correct.
From the town of St. Louis is what I meant. But they were really good for that stretch of a few years, and people were in and being at the then Verizon Center, I guess it would have been. People really enjoyed going to games. Now, unless you're going because there's a superstar from another team there, the vibes are just not good. It's not a fun place to be, and it hasn't been for a long time.
Yeah, and there's a lot that went into that. Again, I go back to it. That group of the big 3, their best record with that was actually the first year they won 45 games with Larry Hughes, Arenas, and Anton Jameson. The Butler iteration of that, they won 42, 41, and 43 games. Basically, right around 500, a couple games over 500 for 3 years. That's as much fun as it's been. And they were just okay, to be honest with you, overall. They couldn't really find the right ingredients. But there was juice.
Point, but there was an electricity to that.
No, there was.
And they did almost win 50 games. There was a year where they were like good enough to and had some injuries and didn't.
2016 Wizards, what I mentioned in the previous segment, with Wall being all 13 All NBA, going nuts, had his best year. They won 49 games and took the Celtics, all the way to a game 7.
But what was the high water mark for the Gilbert teams? 43?
45 wins in that first year of it with Larry Hughes.
Okay.
43 was the next time.
I thought they were closer to 50.
I know.
But there were also some injuries there. But that was just, to me, that was the most entertaining Wizards team.
100%.
The best it's been and the closest they've been was Wall jumping up on the scorer's table, losing in game 7 to Boston to get to the conference final. And that was in what I call the Kelly Olynyk game.
Yep.
But they swept the Toronto Raptors. Like, that was a pretty good team. And John Wall was at the peak of his powers. They have not been anything like that since, and neither is the environment. I would be perfectly fine with Donovan Clingan, by the way, who averaged 13 and 9 at Connecticut this past year. He's 7'2". He can defend the rim.
Yeah, we'll tell you what the emphasis is, right?
Totally.
Yeah.
And I think their emphasis is defense. I don't know if it's the best way to build a team or not, but it's the avenue they probably have to go down because of this draft right now, where you've got Bilal Coulibaly, who can be a pain in the butt on that end of the floor. And I think if you add Sarr, like, the identity starts to be, maybe you ultimately are more, what the Detroit Pistons were when they became a championship program than what the current, like, the Denver Nuggets are, because you have the greatest player on the planet. There might not be a path to get the greatest player on the planet. You might have to play team ball and be the best defensive team and do it the way, we just saw
Minnesota do it, right?
Exactly.
You find your Anthony Edwards later, but you become a pain in the butt to play at a minimum, right?
Let's go to Pete, who's in DC, on Grant and Danny. What's up, Pete?
Grant and Danny, how we doing, guys?
Good, man.
Good.
I'm excited. I'm one of those people that would be excited. It's not because of SAR or any deals they might make, but it's just because something will happen. It's not treading water. It's not the 12th pick, something could happen. And coming in on your conversation last week about the front offices and what you like, I have until proven otherwise, I'm giving some blind faith to these guys because I've seen them do it in Oklahoma City. So I'm excited just for the chance of something to happen. And that probably makes me beaten down, but
no, but this is a great point.
That makes perfect sense to me, by the way.
You trust the front office. Winger has proven he can do this. Dawkins has proven he's a talent evaluator. So whether that something is just drafting a good player like they did with Bilal Coulibaly, I'm not ruling out that they could make a splash trade tonight or that something could happen that we're not anticipating. That's not just picking a player at 2 that we're talking about tomorrow. And that possibility is intriguing.
And to me, again, I know I hate harping on the past, but I think it's instructive to be able to talk about this group. Whatever they do is thoughtful. It's not, I've clogged the toilet, and then I come back and look, I've unclogged the toilet. I unclogged the mess I made, which is what Grunfeld did for 20 years.
You got to use the Ernie voice if you're going to say
Well,
that.
what we considered this injured player coming back, our first-round pick. We're going to trade for Brooks from Memphis, and I'm going to call for the wrong guy. Happened, by the way, should never forget. But the point here is,
are we sure
100%
that he called for the wrong guy?
Yeah. The Memphis GM was like, that's never happened before. I'm stunned. I don't know what to do.
I remember that everyone suggested and joked that they wanted one guy and he called a team for another guy by the same name.
That's right, Brooks.
I remember that.
We'll take him.
I don't believe, as I sit here right now, that that's what actually happened.
I need you to believe it.
I think it's funny for everyone to joke about on Twitter. I don't think that he was told trade for Luis Garcia and he called the Astros for their pitcher instead of the Nationals for their infielder.
Because there's 2 guys named Brooks on Memphis. One's good and one's.
I remember
the guy. One was the guy they wanted to trade, and Grunfeld was like, yeah, just throw in Brooks. Thank you, bye.
It's a fun thing for you to make fun of him, and I'm glad you get to do it, and we all should do it. He deserves it. I don't really believe that he called and accidentally got the wrong guy. That's all I'm saying.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying it.
Okay.
That's what happened. So, anywho, the point is, this group that's here now is not this. This group that's here now has a reason for doing it. Whether I agree or disagree, it's my same feeling about the football team front office. I don't necessarily agree with every move that they've made. I have no idea. I'm still trying to read the tea leaves on the Kyle Kuzma signing, what that was all about. And are they going to pick up Landry Shamit's option? Whether I agree in the moment or not, there's a reason they're doing these things. And I'm into that. I want a long-term plan. The whole point here is these 2 guys up at the top, Winger and Dawkins, came from places that were not part of the cool kids table. They're not part of one of those traditional powers. It's not Boston or LA or one of these other places where, guys just go because of the weather. It's not Miami. They made these destinations, and I need this to be a destination.
A young ascending quarterback in the news today, an update on him getting ready for the season. Are we buying or selling a breakout? We'll get to that next on Grant and Danny. As the exclusive sponsor for our show, the law firm Condorian Murad will guide you and your family in the right direction. They will help you draft your will and set up a revocable trust. They will get you squared away with a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you, and they will get you a discount. kmlawyers.com. I had a good friend text me very recently, and they said, hey, Condorian Murad, what's the deal, really? Those guys good?
Like, really, what's the deal?
Like, I hear you talk about it on the radio. I said, what do you think this is? You think I'm just saying words to millions and millions of people?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Mm-mm-mm.
I love Condorian Murad. They do a great job. I sent my dad there. I sent my parents.
How's that for an endorsement?
My loved ones there, and they thoroughly enjoyed the experience. I send my friends there. So they have, I believe, made an appointment at this juncture. So that is good to hear. They are our pals. I need a little game show music, please, Darius, here on the 26th of July, 2024. Ryan and I we took a walk in the neighborhood.
Yep.
We got in early today. We wanted to go stretch our legs, get a little oxygen in our lungs. We walked the Navy Yard. We were waddling back down Half Street, and Ryan had the idea that he wanted to eat ice cream. He wanted to eat ice cream.
Okay.
Now, I'm not going to tell you where we ate ice cream, but I'm just going to tell you he ate ice cream, right? Somewhere in Washington, D.C., let's say. I did not get ice cream, not because I don't want ice cream. I do. But because I'm gigantically fat. And I thought that'll be the one that's
It'll
too
make
much.
you fatter, yeah.
Like, that's the one that'll be the time that I just keel over. I was like, not this time. I'm not
And
going to
plus, you're doing some good things. You're walking around, right? It sort of negates the walking in a way.
Okay.
No? You didn't
Very
think that?
nice of you.
Okay, I was trying to.
I played 4 hours of pickleball last night. Did I tell you about that?
You didn't tell me that.
You're
Where
not
were
gonna
you?
believe what happened on this one point. I hit the ball, and this other guy was
Your
there.
little Ernie piece?
Yeah.
Your little ATP?
Around the net. How am I doing? Pretty good?
Yeah, it sounded unbelievable.
Okay. How much money did Ryan spend on his ice cream? I'll tell you that he had 1 scoop of ice cream.
Okay.
And he had a topping on it. And there were 3 pieces of the topping. 3. Count them. 1, 2, 3. 3 pieces of topping on ice cream. 1 in a cup, scoop of ice cream. How much did it cost? Now, here's the tricky part. You versus Darius, because I know and Ryan knows the answer.
Yeah.
If you go over, you owe me and Ryan $5.
Whoa, okay.
I didn't sign up for that.
I don't want to do that.
Okay, there's got to be stakes.
Yeah.
If you go over, you got to get everyone lunch tomorrow. Nothing? No?
That seems
Okay.
inappropriate.
Again, I don't. Let's see. What could we do that's not that? Is there something that's not that we could do?
If you go over, you lose?
All right. Yeah.
well,
There
that's
we
fine. I
go.
can
That
agree
seems
with that.
good. Price is Right rules.
We should ask Ryan for ideas. Remember when we were asking? He's like, we all got to go in a cage with a gag in our mouths and throw eggs at each other. Remember when he was doing that?
Yeah. Like, so you get an actual whip. And I'm like, no, wait, what?
It's like, for fantasy football, what should we do? And Danny's
Jumper
like,
cables attached to your. No.
We're like, one of us is like, yeah, you got to ride the metro for an hour. And like, oh, good idea, good idea. Danny's like, you got to go eat at a restaurant until like you get sick. We're like, yeah.
So you have to live underground for 6 months.
Ryan's like, oh, you got to have a stick shoved. We're like, whoa, settle down, buddy. Darius.
All right. If I know this establishment that you guys are talking about is relatively expensive.
It's not. Was it Warm Rock? Not quite something like that. You know what I mean? The opposite of that.
I'm gonna say it was $8.19.
$8.19.
$8.19.
Darius is in at $8.19.
1 scoop, 1 topping. The number I had in my head was $6.49.
Okay.
$6.49.
Closest to the pin without going over. Darius Dameron. The ice cream scoop cost him $9.09. Volume number 237. Everything costs too damn much.
What are we doing?
$9.09.
This is 1 scoop of ice cream and 1 topping.
That's correct.
What was the topping? Liquid gold?
So the ice cream was...
It was banana pudding ice cream with Nilla wafers on top.
3 Nilla wafers.
You got 3 Nilla wafers?
3 Nilla wafers.
I counted them. I said, they're put Nilla wafers in there.
Roll by a CVS and get those for a couple bucks.
Ryan was so proud of the Nilla wafers too. He's like, everyone's doing it. It's silly. It's silly. That's true.
Everyone's doing
I said, are you putting really your sites for Nilla wafers? He's like, that's what you do. Everyone does it. And to your credit, the girl working there, it was only her third day. She told us, but she said, he's right. Everyone does it.
One Nilla wafer per day. She'd been there.
3 Nilla wafers, 1 scoop of ice cream, $9.09. That feels outrageous.
That's too much money for that. Was it a supersized scoop? Extra large scoop?
I will say that she did a good job on that front.
Quality scoop.
Because 1 scoop's 1 scoop. Yeah. But it could be a little scoop. You could be a little more generous.
Yeah.
Like depending on what Chipotle you go to, what Cava you go to, they're going to give you a little more, a little less chicken. They don't have an exact measurement. So like
they're eyeballing it. Yeah.
There's certain people. I'll walk into the Cava near my place or the Chipotle near my place. And I'm like, who's at the counter today? Is old Wendy back there? No. Okay. We'll keep it moving. Because someone's going to be a little more friendly with the amount that they're going to give you.
Yep.
And I will say, it was only her third day. They're going to crack down on her. They're going to tell her, let's give them a little less ice cream. That's like a sales thing.
Yeah.
There was like this, take 1 French fry off of the French fry carton and throw it back in the thing. And over the course of the year, we'll have saved, $8,000 or whatever it is that they do at the fast food restaurants. You tracking?
I know what you mean. Yeah, smoke cooking.
So they're going to say, hey, Ryan doesn't need that much ice cream. And he's only giving us $9.
And he's already pot committed with that $9.09.
What's funny is he heard the number. He paid it. He walked out of the store. And it wasn't until I said, that was $9.09, right? He's like, yeah, that seems high. Like that's when he decided.
Yep.
That in the moment you were fine with it.
Honestly, like I didn't even think about it because I do know that establishment is pretty pricey. But then Grant said, like, dude, that was $9.10. As you said, I was just kind of like, yeah, that was expensive. $9.10 for a single scoop of ice cream.
You better savor those Nilla wafers.
Oh, I know. I ate them.
How much of things being expensive is that everything costs so much more now? In other words, for the company to make the food, to get the food.
Yeah.
But is it up like 1-to-1? I can't imagine that's the case.
What do you mean 1-to-1? Like, I think I know what you're getting
the
at.
Percentage growth in what it costs them to get the goods. Is that the percentage growth in what we're paying? And it's just even? I doubt that. Are you tracking?
So,
if
in other words, the prices have gone up the same percentage as cost.
Yeah, if it used
is that what
to
you mean?
cost them 67 cents to make the ice cream, and now it costs them 93 cents. Whatever that percentage growth is that how much more they're charging us? Or are they going, how about $9? Like, I don't think it's 1-to-1. As an example, I was talking to someone yesterday about interest rates on homes right now.
Yep.
Which are astronomical. And they made the point to me, and I didn't know this. This is actually very interesting. The interest rate to buy a home, which is around 7%, I think, or something crazy like that right now, the average over like 30 years is something around there.
Yep.
Like to me, I'm going, this has to be the highest it's ever been. And they're like, not.
No, my
even a
parents
little bit.
bought it 23%
Exactly.
or 24%. Yeah.
It peaked around 19% in this area or something, in 19 whatever. So when my parents bought their first home, but the difference was at that time, and I'm just making up numbers, I have no idea. But if my dad made $40,000 a year and he bought a house for $110,000 a year, like it was a 5X from your salary to your home. Whereas today, the X between the average person's salary and what homes cost,
that delta is real big.
Is very different.
Yeah.
So the fact that interest rates are what they were, it means nothing. We don't make enough to buy the home anymore. So I'm going back to my ice cream question. Is the reason that everything's so expensive because it's costing them more to some extent, but also they're just able to do it, I guess? Like everything, it doesn't matter what it is. It's so expensive.
Yeah, everything is expensive. And it's not just one thing. It's every element, every piece of the chain costs more. So the employee scooping ice cream, in
DC, like the minimum wage has gone up a couple times.
And this is bordering on, please no one be mad. Again, I'm in favor of the thing that you like, and I disagree with the thing that's bad, whatever.
No, I agree with everything that you're thinking right now.
Like,
listener.
if you're listening, you're right.
Totally.
And that's how I feel.
It's interesting that I've never agreed with anyone more than you.
Yeah.
And I mean, Danny, I mean you listening right
no,
now.
Dude, who are we talking to? Of course. Like, if you're upset, then I'm more upset, or I'm on board in whichever way you think it is. That's where I am.
Same.
Yeah. Where was I? Oh, yeah. But it's not just that one person at the end. There's another person that's making more money than they were before, who gave you the nitrogen, who
so
delivered
you're
the thing.
getting charged
So
more, yeah.
it's the entire chain in the process.
That's definitely a thing, like in DC, especially
Mhm.
now. There's like an extra fee because restaurants, with whatever happened with the new, waiters, waitresses
The
make
minimum
more
wage, yeah.
money than what they did previously. So the restaurant goes, okay, well, I'm not just going to be out money. So here's another fee added. It's like a ticket fee,
Mhm.
Here's another $1.50 on your bill. It's like you just add that to the tip and everything else. So that's definitely a thing.
Totally.
Fair.
And again, I'm not mad at anybody. I'm just saying this is the reality.
So
yes,
you agree with people?
I 100% agree with everybody. The cost, though, the number of times I've been with that cost, what? It happens all the time. And I used to make so much fun of my father when he was like, I remember when that cost a nickel. And I'm like, okay, old man, like that's a dumb price for something. Like a nickel, like 5 cents for something. That's ridiculous. The soda costs 50 cents, Dad. A soda costing 50 cents now. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine having 2 quarters and be like, good, I can get a Coca-Cola Classic from the vending
We
machine.
are our parents.
What, do you have $2.75 for that 12-ouncer?
When you were in high school,
Yeah.
did you guys have soda machines in the hallways?
Not in the hallway, but in the one snack bar,
So
Sam's bar.
We had them all over the hallways.
Mhm.
I think we did bottles, and it was probably $1. There's no way that's the case anymore.
There was
At like King's Dominion the other day.
Oh, yeah.
Those machines and they're all hot and in the heat, and I would
Mhm.
never get a bottle of soda. Give me the fountain anyway. But those are like several bucks now.
Oh, yeah.
Like I'm just making this up, like $6.75 for your bottle of soda.
How about this? In the 90s, okay, mid to late 90s, your boys in high school, there was a near revolt, a borderline revolt when the price of that soda, of the canister of soda, went from 50 cents at Sam's bar to 65 cents. You would have thought they just invaded a foreign country. You would have thought they were like, take out your spleen with a pair of tweezers and hold it aloft. The entire student body melted down, because it used to be you had your 2 quarters, you get your soda. Now it's like you got to go scrounge around for a dime, and like now you're breaking $1. What's this 35 cents going to do for me? So annoying. So they repealed it. The anger and outrage was so precipitous that they moved it back down to 50 cents for a soda.
You're in a good place because you never have to pay for gas with the electric vehicles.
That's right.
That's a good thing for you.
That is a thing.
You don't even notice like prices coming and going.
The fluctuations. Oh, I'm out on that.
You need to find a way to not have to deal with heat, and then you're really going to be.
And then I'm cooking with grease.
Have you figured that one out yet?
I have not. No, I can't beat it.
That's the next annoying thing for me.
Yeah.
Is like how hot it is outside in the summer.
Uh-huh.
So when you get that, then you let me know.
I'll
We'll
I'll
go to that
CC
store.
you.
We'll buy that together.
Yeah, we'll fix that problem.
But Ryan, your ice cream was good, I hope. Was it a nice, tasty treat?
I mean, it was great because it's banana pudding ice cream with vanilla wafers on top. So it was awesome. Was it worth $9.10? No.
I do think I did one of the nubbiest things I've ever done.
You did.
Such a nubbie. We didn't even talk about this, by the way.
Oh, I know.
You know where I'm going?
Did you take a bite?
No. Worse. This is bad. In fact, now I'm mad I even brought this up because it's so embarrassing. But I'm an open book. So what are we going to do? With no intention of buying ice cream, knowing full well I wouldn't buy an ice cream. I'm not here for ice cream. I'm just standing next to Ryan. I asked for a sample.
You Drew sampled.
Oh, no.
I asked for a sample of the chocolate ice cream.
Oh, no.
You're going to try out the chocolate, see if you like it.
Couple things funny about that. Number one, I probably know what the chocolate ice cream tastes like.
I bet you have a good feel.
Probably the first person to ever sample the chocolate. But she knew, and I knew, and Ryan knew, and everyone in there knew. I'm not getting ice cream. I'd already made it kind of clear I wasn't getting ice cream. And I even asked her. I said, hey, I'll take a sample. You can make it as big as you want.
As big as you want.
And she made it extra small.
Rightfully so.
You see how small that sample was?
It was a really small sample. And at first, Grant kind of threw a little curveball in there. It was like, I'm going to try this one random flavor. It was like a yellow flavor. Well, at that point in time, I was like kind of looking over like, oh my God. But then he was like, no, let me get the chocolate one. And then it was just like, okay, what are we doing?
So I sampled with no possible interest in ice cream.
You're going from the church to the Red Keep naked.
Just
walk of shame.
I mean, that's
shame bell.
That's
Ring it.
That is a mooch move.
Ring it. Shame. Shame. Shame.
In fairness, bro, they charged my guy $9.
So you got
I feel like I
got
earned
14 cents ice cream back on that.
Totally. Yeah, I'm becoming a worse person in a way because of the charge. Like, here's a good one. My mom was behind me in line at King's Dominion. We go through, we're paying. I pay for all my stuff for my kids, $9,000 for lunch, whatever it was. You know, my mom's behind me. She pays for every blah, blah, blah. We sit down, we're eating. And she's like looking at her thing, and they didn't charge her for one of her sides or whatever. And she's like, go back up there. And I'm like, no. Now, I was raised in a way, my dad, we've driven back to the movie theater to give them Twizzlers when when like we accidentally grabbed the extra, whatever it is.
Sure, yeah.
And so I've always been that guy. And if in this situation with my kids, I think just to make the right move and to send a lesson, I would probably do that. But my mom was trying to get me to go back up to the line. Like, I just sat down. I'm hot. It's disgusting. In this crowded place. And she's like, go back. They didn't charge me for my corner, whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, we're good. We just spent combined $100 for food that we should have gotten for probably $49, whatever.
Right.
Like, it's going to be okay. And she was like, I'll go do it. And she starts walking over. So I have to take her card. I'm not going to make her do it. So I go over and do it. And she's a good person, good people, whatever. But it's the same kind of thought where I'm like, I shouldn't have been the guy that asked for a sample. But if Ryan's paying for $9, didn't he pay for both of us? I'm becoming a worse guy. And you're making me do it, people, charging these things.
So I'm going to throw two things at you super quick. Semi-non sequiturs.
Yeah.
You sleep on the fact that Hannah Waddingham, who is the owner of the team in Ted Lasso, she's the woman walking behind Cersei Lannister ringing the bell for shame in Game of Thrones.
Okay.
You sleep on that fact.
Comfortably.
Second, let's read you a little tiny quote. This is just a quick little quotation for from our previous discussion.
Weird comment on it. Well, never mind. Keep going.
What was weird?
I don't think I will.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I will. Memphis general manager Chris Wallace tells ESPN, we were floored to learn of the reports involving Dylan Brooks and the reported trade. We never discussed Dylan as part of this trade with Washington, which was the only team we spoke with concerning this proposed deal. There was a three-way trade, if you remember, between Memphis, Phoenix, and Washington, because Washington wanted Trevor Ariza back to run that one back from a couple years before.
Needed him back.
So Phoenix and Memphis never spoke. Washington was the conduit so they could get Trevor Ariza, and the real deal was going to end up being between Memphis and Phoenix. So one party told Phoenix they were getting Dylan Brooks. Memphis was not that party. Which party was it? That's going to leave Washington and general manager Ernie Grunfeld. He believed, or he made the mistake, or he lied. One of them.
There's a lot of hearsay.
Pick which door.
Game of phone tag. Three teams talking.
Yep.
Someone who's got nothing to lose, making a joke maybe. Wizards fans pouncing on red meat, and I don't blame you. For me to believe that means that Ernie Grunfeld was
incompetent.
No, incompetent doesn't begin to say exceedingly stupid, unqualified levels of moronic.
You just can't get there mentally. You can't get to that spot.
Bad executive, sure, not particularly good as a GM. The idea that he wouldn't have been able to figure out names of players on teams and confusing guys. Also, it's not just like he's willy-nilly doing it all on his phone while he's in his hot tub smoking a stogie. Like, there's 6 people in an office helping him make calls and put trades together.
Our front office also didn't have any conversations with Phoenix regarding the reported 3-team trade prior to it leaking. Because Phoenix was excited. They were getting Dylan Brooks out of the deal without giving up all that much. They were very into that. And I would have been too. The only problem is he was never offered. He was never part of it. The two teams were both using Washington as a conduit. Washington was brokering the deal. There's only one way that other teams could have had the impression that Dylan Brooks was on the move. That came from Washington. At best, it's a mistake.
Now that enough time has passed, I'm going to reach out to some of my sauces that were being used in the pantry at that time. Those sauces that were there. I'm going to see what they say about that. See if they corroborate or say, no, that was just something everyone kind of made fun of him.
I wonder if now enough time has passed because that was what 2018.
Definitely, they're all fired and in different places. They don't care. Why are they going to defend Ernie? They would tell you. I'll reach out to some.
Maybe they don't want to talk bad about somebody. I don't know.
Who should I hit up? Buffalo or barbecue?
You Polynesian?
Don't have that one in the Rolodex.
Do you have any of that like spicy buffalo?
Yeah, we could do spicy
Do
buffalo.
spicy buffalo.
Okay,
A
we'll
little
do
spicy
that.
buff.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We are taking you up to Nats baseball and what hopefully today will be a sweep avoiding win in San Diego, California. Danny radio program. We didn't wish Jacksonville and all Jaguars fans a hearty congratulations on the beautiful plans and deal for their new stadium. You get a stadium. You get a stadium. You want one? You've been wanting one for like 3 weeks. You get a stadium. You don't even want one yet. But just so you know, when you're ready, we'll build you a stadium. Not here. We make it look really, really hard.
I would just like to congratulate the Jacksonville Jaguars fans on their brand new stadium. What a cool thing for you. I am so happy for you guys.
You didn't read the last part.
What's the last part?
I didn't have a last part.
Oh, okay.
But the point was you were reading it.
Oh.
Yeah.
And everything is great. I'm feeling healthy, and I'm very happy to be here.
There you go. Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. How about this just minutes ago from NFL Network's Tom Pelissero? The 49ers and Brandon Ayuk have met again. And after a meeting was requested post Monday's conversation, it sounds like, the two had a good meeting that led to an understanding that the 49ers have no interest in trading Brandon Ayuk and that Ayuk has no interest in a trade. They're moving forward, and they want Ayuk to be a part of the team in 2024, Pelissero said. So what I would anticipate here is that all parties involved will go ahead and enjoy the 4th of July holiday, regroup sometime after that. They've still got several weeks. They can hammer out a deal that locks Ayuk with San Francisco for the long haul. So for now, I'd say we could put to bed any speculation that he might be traded to the Commanders.
That's how it feels. I mean, I have always thought, we talked about this yesterday, from San Francisco perspective, doesn't really do them a lot of good to start chirping about their wants and desires and what their thinking is on any player, let alone a guy as accomplished as Ayuk. But from Ayuk's side, what made sense to me was he wants to do everything he possibly can to agitate, whatever you want to call it, to get himself the biggest possible payday. And there's only so much you can do in this regard. San Francisco played this smartly. They know they've got all the cards, all the leverage and everything else. There's not a lot you can do in terms of holding out or forcing a trade when he's still under team control. They've got the franchise tag as a lever available to them. There's very little that he could really do other than what he did, which is to show flirtation. Look at how interested I am in going to these other places. Look how interested I am in these other things. I feel slighted. Those are, efforts and attempts to try to gain some leverage and power where he doesn't really have that much.
The quarterback I mentioned earlier that we should hit on in the news today is Anthony Richardson, who has apparently been given a clean bill of health. He will be ready for the start of training camp. He will enter his second year in Indianapolis with the Colts. Last year was a mixed bag in 4 games as a rookie. He got hurt in his 4th game. He had done some pretty impressive things with his feet. He was making plays as a rusher, scoring touchdowns. This was I would say poor man's is probably not right because he's top 5 pick. This is Jaden Daniels light in a way. I think Daniels is more talented. He won the Heisman Trophy in the SEC. Richardson was electric at Florida in the same conference. Didn't have the same type of season that Daniels did, but similar skill sets in that Richardson can make throws, and if you give him a crevice, he's going to score a 70-yard touchdown on a run. Last year, he completed sub 60% of his passes, 3 touchdowns and 1 pick in about a quarter of a season. Are you buying a big breakout for him?
Not yet. Because we were robbed of his rookie year.
I also think he's so raw.
There are just enough plays where you go, oh my God. Like just enough of those wow moments, whether he's trucking a safety or, throws a ball that you go, damn, I didn't know he could do that. He's such an intriguing prospect. And we were robbed with the injury. Maybe that's something that you're going to have to worry about with him, honestly, because he's so big and physical that he's going to end up taking shots.
He's basically a half-inch taller than Daniels, but he's like 25 pounds heavy.
Yeah, he's a lot closer to Cam Newton as a young player, right? Where you go, I would certainly take that career arc for somebody who could be a franchise changer. I don't necessarily buy the breakout yet. If he'd gotten a full season and continued to improve as a rookie, maybe we'd see it. But I think they're going to continue to spoon feed and incorporate him and how physical he is. He might lead the league in rushing touchdowns.
He was on pace for 600 rushing yards and 17 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah.
He had 4 touchdowns in 4 games. Let's squeeze in our buddy Chris in Hyattsville really quickly. What's up, Chris? How are you?
What's up, guys? We're in the doldrums right now, so I thought you guys might enjoy this topic. In honor of winning off the field, I am losing off the field, guys.
Oh, no.
I totally botched the Little League playoffs for my local team. Last Saturday, the actual coach asked me to step in because he had to go to a funeral. I said, fine, no problem.
I can't wait.
First of all, it's 105 degrees, which I think compromised my processing ability.
Skipper Coxon
You're
botched
familiar
it.
with right. So you're familiar with Little League tournaments. There's pitch counts limits, and players have to have a certain amount of days off in between. So I'll jump ahead. The team is now playing in the finals today. They're playing for the regional championship. So kudos to them. But I had promised the head coach that I would maintain and protect his best starter. Unfortunately for me, he pitched one more pitch than he was legally allowed, and he cannot pitch today due to me.
Did you not have a pitch count going? Did you not use a pitch count?
I had a pitch count, but I misread the rule. The rule was 65 or more, you need like 4 days rest.
Right.
Like the same as like an MLB. I thought if he started an at-bat with 65, that was good because they have this weird rule where you could start a new at-bat and it goes back down to the previous number. Apparently, his first pitch, the 66th, pushed him into that extra day of rest. Therefore, I am
very much
losing
off the field.
Ooh.
The skipper in his debut. Hey, you live and you learn. You're the bench coach. Your coach gets ejected.
So you want to sit in the big chair.
It's not as easy as it looks. Wow. Well, good luck to the boys in
Been
the
there,
finals.
buddy.
It is time for your Nats starting lineup and pitching matchups as we get ready for Charlie and Dave pregame a couple minutes from now. Davey Martinez needs to keep track of those pitches. Make sure everyone's available when they get to their championship game, whenever that's going to be. Presented by the Window Man since 1989. The Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free no pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Behind DJ Hurst, DJ Hurst, DJ Hurst. Leading off, playing shortstop. See, Jake Abrams batting second in right field. Lane Thomas batting third in left field. Jesse Winker. Oops, CJ Abrams just got picked off. Batting fourth, playing first base. Joey Meneses. Batting fifth, playing second base. Luis Garcia. Batting sixth, welcome to the Nationals, Harold Ramirez. Batting seventh, playing third, Nick Senzel. Batting eighth, doing the catching, Drew Millis. And batting ninth, your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young in center field.
Nats 11-6 in their last 17. Of course, they've dropped consecutive games in San Diego. They are 17-14 since May 24th. Top 6 in the National League in that time. They've won 8 of their last 15 games on the road. Playing better ball, but they need a win to avoid a sweep. Abrams, by the way, hitting .409, 27 for 66, like he is cleaning counters. 3 3-hit games in a row for him. He's got 4 3-hit games in his last 5. .409 average over his last 16 games.
On base 5 times yesterday for a little while.
Twice.
Yeah.
He got picked off.
Yeah.
But 3 times he didn't.
Yeah.
He's also had 2 steals in the last 2 games negated by umpire interference, which I've never seen in my life.
I'd never seen it.
Yesterday it happens, and I'm like, 2 days ago, I'm like, never seen that before. And then it happened again last night. Please stay out of the way, umpires. Bad enough you can't get calls right. Just stay away from the catcher, please. And thank you. Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler, pregame next. Quite the workday on G&D.
Thank you for coming.